Hello beautiful people, welcome back to the channel. In today's video, I want to show you guys how I created this e-commerce website using WordPress and WooCommerce. Now I did use also on top of WordPress and WooCommerce, I did use an additional tool, the Block Suite, but more about that later in the video. So I wanted to go over how I created this homepage for this e-commerce website with having the categories shown, how having the product grid showing nicely customized to myself instead of the default WooCommerce one. Also, how I did this slider right here for the products and so on. Also, on top of that, I do want to show you guys how I created the mega menu. Again, we did use some different tools for this e-commerce website, and I want to show you guys exactly how I did that as well. Additionally, I do also want to go over the shop page. So here is the mega menu for the shop drop down, but I also have customized and made the shop page completely from scratch, and I'm going to show you guys also how I did this as well. Also, as you can notice on our shop page, we do have some filters here for the different ways that you can filter through the herb products. And then I also have a filter here as well, which I'll show you, which is really neat because I'm using the checkbox filter for this right here, but I made it look like tabs. So to just show you the use case, here is our shop page with all of our products. Now it does have pagination because that's just the best thing to have on a shop page, obviously, when it's too many products. And if you were to hover over them, you see this nice hover effect. It's showing the second picture in the product gallery. And if we just take a look over here, and let's say you see the powders are here, but I want to view the tinctures. So what type of herbal tinctures are there? Okay, so now I can see the tinctures. I can even uncheck this and I can now check the herbal tea blend so I can see the different types of herbal teas. Okay, awesome. Now, obviously, we do have products. So these bottles and these pouches may come in different sizes. So if I only want to see the things that are in the 16 ounce, as you notice, the tinctures has went away because we only have the pouches of the powder and herbal tea that is available in 16 ounce. So that works. And then if we just go up here, you will also notice here that I do have tabs right here. So like I said earlier, I did use the checkbox filter for this, but I made it look like tabs. So if you go to the overall shop page and you want to see what are the best sellers from all of the products, now you see that now it shows the 3 best sellers from our e-commerce website. We can also do the same with the limited edition. So to see which one of these products are limited edition, and the same with the newest edition. Oops, I almost forgot that we also have a visual filter right here as well, where you can filter based on a image. Now, you normally see this if you're looking at brands or something like that. So maybe it'll be different types of brand logos here. But I wanted to show you guys the case of how to use this as well. And I use it here based off the types of herb, whether it's roots, loose herb, or flower. So if you just choose either one of these will also filter out as well. Now for every shop page and every product, you must have a single product page. So if I just choose this product here as well, you will see that we also have this nice single product page created custom, and I'll show you guys exactly how I did it. As you see, we have the reviews there, and we also have some related products down here as well. If I go back up to the top, you also see that we have this add to wish list, which I actually created the wish list page too, which we're going to go over in this tutorial as well. As you see, we have the variations. So if you've watched any of my previous videos where I told you about, or I dropped the different tutorials about how to add different types of products to your WooCommerce store, then you will know about this variation. And now you see we can add it to the cart. Once we add this to the cart, as you see, we will also get a notification that something has been added to our cart. And in the header, you will see that the little cart widget right here pops out with the cart details. You can then view the cart or go to checkout. So I'm also going to show you guys how I created the cart in the checkout page. Here is our cart page where we can view the products that are in our cart. We can adjust the quantity, which will adjust the pricing. There we go. And we can also proceed to checkout. And I'll also show you guys how to make sure that your checkout is ready to go. And above all of that, last but not least, we do have the account page. So I will show you guys how to create a custom account page and login dashboard. So here is the login dashboard where people can either log in or register. I'll show you guys how to create the templates for the register and login and how to implement them into a tab because that's all we're using here. And you can add it on a nice customly designed login page. And obviously, once you're actually logged in, you will see the same setup or design, but now you will see that you do have the tabs over in the left side panel for you to go through and check your orders, your downloads, and any other additional information that you need on your account page. Now that you get the gist of what we're going to be going over in this tutorial, go ahead and grab your snacks, your tea, your coffee, and let's go ahead and hop right into the tutorial. All right, so if you will need assistance or help in terms of even installing WordPress on top of your domain and you do not know where to start, if you are using the cPanel and you do have the Soft Tacklist app, be sure to go ahead and prompt there. And this is how you'll be able to install WordPress on your domain name. Now, if you already have WordPress installed, I will have timestamps below for you to skip to the next part. So to install WordPress on top of your domain, be sure under the Soft Tacklist tab, you go ahead and press install, and this will install a fresh copy of WordPress. I'm going to now scroll down a little bit, and where it says the software update, be sure to choose your domain name. So first and foremost, make sure you do have HTTPS selected, and it should be selected if you already have domains that have already went through the SSL process. From the drop down, I see the domain that I want to use, and I'm going to use the herbyshop.bsourcesites.com. That's going to be the domain I want to redo this website on. So now I'm going to scroll down, and you have two parts right here. You have the site settings and you have the admin account. The site settings are things that you can indeed change inside of WordPress, which I'll show you guys in just a bit. But for the sake of just saving yourself some time, you can go ahead and put the information right here since it's right here for you anyway. Over on the right hand side for the admin account, you do want to make sure that the username, the password, and the admin email that you use in these slots are indeed active, as well as things that you will remember, because these are going to be super important for you to get back into your WordPress dashboard. All right, now that I have all of the stuff that I want right here already defined, I'm good to go. Now, I do want to note that you do have these two ticks right here. They should not by default already be ticked, so do not tick these unless you know exactly what you're doing and what you want. The first one is just for the multi-site, so if you are looking to build multi-sites because maybe you want to have different types of sites under this URL, then go for it. If you don't want to do that, do not tick this. And for the purpose of this tutorial, we're not going to have either of these, even the WordPress cron jobs. We're going to go ahead and keep these unticked. Now I'm going to go ahead and scroll down, and the next thing you see is the selected plugins. So by default, if you have these checked, these specific plugins will indeed be installed and activated on your WordPress installation. If you do not want to use these plugins, do not. And if you're new, I would definitely just suggest you go ahead and uninstall them, because you don't ever want to have plugins on your WordPress website that you're not using or that you're not aware of. So I would just suggest go ahead and untick all of those and then go ahead and install. And automatically when it's done, you will see the congratulations. The software has been installed or was installed successfully. So now you have two different URLs right here. This first URL is just your domain name, so you can click it and you can view your site. But at this point, we have not did anything on the website. So if I just right click and open this in a new tab, you will see that your website looks like nothing, just a default WooCommerce website. But if I go back to Soft Tacklist, you will also see you have the administrative URL, and this is the URL we need to open up the WordPress dashboard and get started with building. So when you have a fresh WordPress installation, this is what it's going to look like when you open up your WordPress dashboard. You will have a bunch of notifications here. This will be on your dashboard interface. And then you have these few tabs right here. You can even click up here at the top to visit the site, which is where we just were right here. Right here is a quick way for you to add a new post, add new media, add a new page, and add a new user. So this is just a quick button to do that. And if you need to log out, you can log out by hovering over your name right here and go ahead and logging out. Now, before we hop into actually designing everything, I do want to go ahead and show you guys a little bit of my default settings that I do. Now, I did have another video where I showed you guys how to install different plugins and how to set up your WordPress dashboard. So I'm going to run through this pretty quickly. If you don't, if you want to rewatch that video, I'll have it linked down below. So the first thing I like to do is I want to not see all of these notifications that I have no idea what they are. So I'm going to click on screen options and I'm just going to go ahead and uncheck all of these. As you see, it got rid of everything on our dashboard. The next thing I want to do is go ahead and install a theme that I will be building upon. So I'm going to go to the appearance and then I'm going to go to themes. And for the purpose of this video, I will be installing the Hello Elementor theme. So I will click on add theme at the top. And as you see, the Hello Elementor theme is right here. I'm going to go ahead and install and activate this one. And as you see, Hello Elementor is now our active theme. The reason I'm choosing Hello Elementor is because it simply just gives me a platform or a blank canvas to work on without already having sections and pages and all this stuff created. If you are looking for more so of a theme that already has a little bit going on, let's go back to add theme and I can just show you a few different ones you can get. Here is the Astro theme, works really, really well. So if you were to go and install or preview this, you will see all the different types of themes that they have. So if you do dentistry, if you do a shop, they have some theme templates for you. Cadence is also a good one. And one of my all-time favorites that I used to use all the time was this one here called Bloxy. So you can go through here and you can get started with building your website with one of these. But for the purpose of this video, showing you guys exactly how I created this from complete scratch, we're going to be using the Hello Elementor theme. Since we just installed the Hello Elementor theme, now if we were to go back to our website and we refresh, you will now see that it looks a little bit different. And this is simply because now that we have the Hello Elementor theme in there, it has already got some default color and everything going on for you. And that way it kind of has its own different structure. So essentially we still see the same thing. We still see our site title and our site description, and we still see that default blog that automatically comes with WordPress, but that's essentially it. But we're going to make this website look like this, so we're going to turn it into something complete amazing for people to actually look at. Now what I want to do is update a few of my settings. So I'm just going to go over here to the settings tab, and I'm going to go firstly into this one. And as you see, again, there's the site title and tagline that we did earlier in the soft tag list area. So I told you, if you don't do it over there on soft tag list, don't worry about it. You can do it here, but it just saved me some time because now I can skip that. Now, you can obviously put your site icon right here. For the purpose of this video, I actually don't have one, but it's super important. I highly encourage you guys to do that because this is what's going to show up in the tab section of browsers on desktop and laptop. I'm just going to go over these and make sure everything is pretty much good to go. And it is. Feel free to change anything that you need as you need it. The next thing I'm going to go to is the reading tab. And right here, you see that our homepage displays our latest post, which is essentially what you see here. Granted, we have not made a post yet or a blog post per se, but by default, WordPress do come with one, and it's called the Hello World blog post. And that's essentially what's showing up right now on our homepage. But I don't want to show that because even when I start building out my website, this will be an e-commerce website, meaning it will not have any blogs on it, and I want this to show up when I start building. How to do that is going back to the settings underneath the reading tab and choosing it from your latest post to a static page. And for the home page, you want to choose the page. Now, that's another step. You want to make sure you actually make your home page first because as you see, all we have is the sample page. If we click this and choose Save Changes, you will see if we go back and refresh, you will now see the sample pages here. Did it really make a difference? Not quite, but I just want to show you that that's one of the settings that I do. So what I'm going to do is just go back to the pages, all pages. And for now, I'm just going to go ahead and create a page and title it homepage. So I'm just going to go ahead and title it and say homepage. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to publish the page. Now that the page is published, I'm going to go back to the WordPress settings. As you see inside of the pages, we have that sample page, we have a privacy page, and we have a home page. The privacy page was created by default as well as the sample page. And as you see right next to the sample page, it says front page. Because remember, that setting that we just said that the home page, we wanted to display the sample page. But we're going to change that and make it do the home page. So going back to the settings, reading, and this time we're going to choose the home page. Now that we do that, we go back, we refresh, and it should be blank with just the text. And that's what we want because we're about to get started with the design phase. Now, the next thing we need to do is go down to the permalinks. I'm going to click on permalinks. And for the permalink, by default, it's on date and name. Well, let's take it back a little bit. What is the permalink? If you look right here in the URL, you see we have the domain name here. Let's highlight this. We see we have our domain name here, and then we see these slugs here. This is the permalink. This is going to determine how this is structured and how it is read. Now you see right here by default is clicked for a day and time, meaning that behind, you can see it in this demo right here, you can see that right behind your URL you have the year, month, and the day. And then you have the sample post as an example for the rest of the URL. We don't want that. We don't need numbers inside of our URL, and we really don't need the date either. I'm just going to scroll down, and which one we're going to click is post name, because we just want it to simply say our domain name.com / whatever page we're on. So if we're on the home page, we need to say our URL / homepage, or our URL / shop. That's what we want to see. So we're going to choose post name. We're going to scroll down and we're going to save changes. All right, so that's pretty much the basics of these settings that we're going to do for now. We're going to be jumping back and forth inside of some settings and doing things like that. But now it's time to install some plugins to really make us get started or help us get started with the building phase. So how do you add plugins or apps to your WordPress installation? Is going to plugins, and you can click on add plugin. So the first one we're going to need is going to be Elementor, because we do need a builder in terms of building out our page. And the one page builder that I absolutely love to use is going to be Elementor. So I'm going to choose Elementor and I'm going to install and activate the plugin. It's going to take you through a series of different things to do. I can do a separate video showing you guys how to do that, but it's just simply you just put in your information. And if you already have an account, you can go ahead and click here where it says I already have one. You can connect your account. I'm actually not going to do that because in this video, I'm going to use Elementor Pro paired with the next plugin that we're going to be adding in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and skip this and come back to it later. Now that I have the Elementor plugin installed and activated, you see it now shows up here, which is perfect. Now the next plugin we're going to need is called the CrocoBlock Jet Engine Suite. Because if we go back to our design, for this video or for this website, specifically for the mega menu, I did use the Jet Engine CrocoBlock, as well as for the products. If we go back to the shop page, even if you look at the different types of product grids, like the one I have here on the shop page versus the one I have here on the home page, I was able to do this with the CrocoBlock Suite widget as well. So we're going to install that so I can show you how I did it. To go back to the plugins, we're going to go to add plugin. And this time, instead of searching for it, because I do need the pro feature, if you guys would like to join me and use CrocoBlock as well, I do have a link already down below. I'm going to choose upload plugin. Now, CrocoBlock is a tool that helps you create dynamic websites. It helps you do a lot of things in terms of the e-commerce space, booking websites, appointment websites, event websites, and so much more. And as you see, they have a whole suite of tools to make you do a superb WordPress e-commerce website. So that's why we'll be using this. And if you want to check them out for yourself, I do have a link located in the description box so you can get started. So after you have CrocoBlock, you successfully got you a license to use the suite. You will be able to see all of your different plugins that they come with that you can use in your website right here. The main one we're going to focus on in this video is going to be the CrocoBlock Wizard, because this allows us to easily add in all of these different plugins, because as you see, this is quite a bit of plugins. So what I'm going to do is first download this CrocoBlock Wizard, and I'm going to upload this particular CrocoBlock widget to my WordPress dashboard. So I already have it here. I'm going to go ahead and install now, and I'm going to activate the plugin. Then you come here to this screen. If you are looking again to use a specific theme, you want to have like a skin, you can go ahead and import a skin right here. And let's just say if you already had your website completed and you want to export your skin or your theme, you can go ahead and do that here. We're not going to do either one of these. Again, we're building this from scratch. We're going to click over here for the interactive pop-up library. So I'm just going to click on that. Although I don't need the pop-up library, it does allow me to go ahead and enter my key. And right here, you'll be prompted to do some things. You can go ahead and have these things installed, or you can just easily uncheck them if you already have them installed or don't need them. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on continue. Now you see over on the left-hand side, we have this option called CrocoBlock, which is what we need to add the other plugins. You can just ignore this pop-up screen. This was just taking you through the next set of processes in terms of installing the CrocoBlock installation wizard. But for now, we need some other plugins. So what I'm going to do is go over here to update an installation. And right underneath here, you see all of those different type of jet engine plugins that you can use to start building out a nice website. Now, what we are going to need for this tutorial is going to be the Jet Smart filters in the Jet Woo Builder. So we're going to grab the Jet Woo Builder and install. And we're also going to grab the Jet Smart filters, which is right here, install. And now if we scroll back up to the top, you see we now have the Jet Woo Builder here and Jet Smart filters here. Both of them are gray because they need to be activated. So we're going to activate that one. And there we go. So now we have our page builder, which is the Elementor plugin that we installed. And we did install CrocoBlock, which was also going to give us some more functionality to making our e-commerce shop even better. Now we just need the last plugin. As you see at the top, Jet Woo Builder requires WooCommerce to be installed and activated. This is going to be the plugin WooCommerce. That's the plugin that we will need in order to add products to our WordPress website. So now let's scroll down to plugins, add plugin, and now let's search for WooCommerce. And this right here is the one we need. So we're going to go ahead and install and activate this plugin. Then we're going to go ahead and set up our store. So right after that, they're just going to ask you a few questions. So here they want to know which one best describes you. Are you just starting your business? Are you already selling? Or are you trying to set up a store for a client? I'm just going to keep it on. I'm just starting my business. This is just for default purposes anyway, or tutorial purposes. I do want to keep myself to say the Herbie Shop. You can choose the different types of products you will be selling, and you can go ahead and put your location and your email. Make sure that your email is going to be the same email that you signed up with for the overall WordPress. This way you can keep your stuff organized, and everything in regarding to your website, you will always get it. Now, if you've already organized your stuff into certain ways, with your emails, you can do that, but I highly suggest just keeping the same email across the board. Again, they will have you to install a few other plugins. You can uncheck these if you do not want them. So if you're not using TikTok, if you're not worried about doing any Google optimization for your website or running any ads, you can turn that off. If you don't have Pinterest, you get the idea. You can go ahead and uncheck everything that you will not be using. I'm going to go ahead and keep this one right here installed just so we can actually see a payment option when we're building out our website. Now you see that they're saying that they're turning on the lights to make sure that your WordPress installation is now a WooCommerce website. And of course, you will have to create an account if you do not already have one, if this is your first time. So go ahead and create an account with WooCommerce. And now you see it'll bring you back to the WordPress dashboard and you can finish up setting up your site. So as you see, when it comes to the WooCommerce, you are basically making your WordPress website a shop. So you're turning it into a online store. So they're going to tell you that these are the few things that you need to do in order to successfully launch your store. So we have quite a bit to do. We still have to add our products, which is going to be the main focus in today's video. And then I will definitely do separate videos on the payment and sales and information and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead and customize our store. We're going to be adding our products, and then we're going to be ready to launch our store. So now that we got all of our basic settings out of the way, we've installed all the plugins that are going to be needed for us to build out this nice herb website right here. It is time to start the building phase. But the first thing we need to do, if I go here to our products, we cannot make a store without the products, all right? We can't make a store without the products. So the first thing we're going to be doing is adding in all of our products. Now, for the purposes of this video, since I already have all of the products here, I will be just going back and forth and grabbing my copy for these, and my images are already stored on my desktop. So I'm going to go minimize that out. The first thing that we're going to do is, well, first let's start off with this. As you guys see over here on this dashboard, when we first started, this dashboard list was pretty short. Now we got some stuff that we can scroll through. Now you see we just installed WooCommerce, and on top of installing WooCommerce, you will also see that it did give us this products tab, this payments tab, this analytics tab, and this marketing tab. We won't be using these three at all inside of here in this tutorial, but I just want you to know that once you do add certain plugins, they do give you more tabs, and that's how our tab space over here is growing. Now for this tutorial, we will be in the products tab and the WooCommerce tab quite a bit. So to get started, let's go over to the products and add our products. So we're going to click on add a new product. Now, if you guys have not already watched my previous tutorial where I showed you guys how to add the different types of products, especially the simple or variable products, go ahead and watch those. I will have them linked below. Let's go and take a look at our Herbie shop that we're going to be recreating. As you see, the button for every product says select options. So if I was to click on one of our products, you will now see that we still cannot add it to the cart, because right above that, we have to select a size first. Once we select the size, then we can add it to the cart and purchase the product. So that tells us one thing, that this is a variable product. So if I go back here into the add new product, down here in the product data, I'm going to choose a variable product because I have different types of sizes for my products. Now, when it comes to adding your products, I like to be extremely organized. And for the purpose of my tutorial, since I already have all of my products categorized, I know the different types of categories, the different tags, the different attributes I'll be using. I'm actually going to start inputting those in first. So if we just take a look at my folders, let's go here to Herbie. I have a Herbie folder right here. Let's just open this up a bit bigger. You guys see I already have my stuff categorized and broken up right here. So I see my herbal powders. When I go into it, I see all of the images and everything for the ashwagandha powder. The same for the beetroot powder, and so on. And I even have a category for the category of herbal powders. Same if I were to choose the herbal teas or even the herbal tinctures, I have the category images for them, as well as the different types of tinctures that I have. So this is the detox and cleanse tincture, so some different images for that one. Same for the focus and brain for that one. As you see, I'm pretty sure you get a gist of what I'm trying to say. Be sure that you already have your stuff categorized and organized. This will make the building process extremely smooth. So as you see, we have our 3 product categories, which is herbal powders, herbal tinctures, and herbal teas. And then we also have a fourth one for the wellness bundles. If I just choose this one, as you see, it's just our different types of bundles of different types of the products. So if you need the tinctures, I have a herbal pack for the tinctures or a bundle pack for the tinctures. I also have the same thing for the teas and the same thing for the other stuff. So now you guys see this is going to be what I'm going to use for my categorization. So let's start there. I'm going to actually skip the product piece for now because I already know my categories. I'm going to go to categories. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and name my category. So my first category will be herbal teas. So now if I just scroll down, you will see that I also have a slug that'll automatically be created for this, but I can be fancy if I want to. So if I wanted this to say something different, I could do that, but I'm gonna keep it here because it's gonna automatically take the name herbal teas and it's gonna create a slug for me. If you already have categories created, you could also put this new category inside of another category, and that would be the parent category. And you can also give your categories a description name, which is super neat. You can also do a display type if you want to, and you can even give it a thumbnail, which we're going to get into a little bit later. So I'm going to go ahead and add new category. And as you see, herbal teas is now right here. Now I'm going to do the rest of my categories. Okay, so now you see that we do have all four of our categories. We have our herbal tea, our herbal powders, our tinctures, and our bundles and our kits. So that's pretty much it for the categories. So the next thing we're going to be adding is our attributes. Now, attributes are going to be the things that you can use to filter your products. And this is why it's super important to think about and map out your products before even going into the building phase of your website. Because if you think about these things beforehand, it makes the world of difference. And it makes the user experience phenomenal. So quickly, let's just take a look at the Herbie shop that was already created right here. And as you guys see, we have these filters over here on the side. We just created the categories, so we definitely can, filter by the category. But then you also have things like the product size and the herb type. And then also up here, I was able to filter by whichever one was, within the bestsellers or the newest edition. And that's because we added in some attributes. So let's go ahead and add our attributes. I know the first one will be, as you see, it's already in my saved info. The first one is going to be the size because every product will more than likely have a size or a color variation. And so for our first one, we're going to use the size. And I'm going to add the attribute. Now that we have our first attribute for size, now we have to determine the different types of sizes that we have. And how we do that is going to configure the term. So you must do this part or else you really won't be able to filter because it's going to be like, what are we filtering by? So we have our attribute, which is size. Now to configure that and add the different types of sizes, we're going to click on configure. And now you see at the top, it says product size. So now you know that you're only working with the product sizes right now. And it even says here, add new size. So our first size we have is a 4 ounce, add new size. The next one we have is a 6 ounce. I'm going to add new size. We also have a 8 ounce. I'm going to add a new size. And we're going to have a 16 ounce. Add new size. So now we have all of our sizes right here. So if we were to go back to attributes, you will now see that for the size attribute, we already have our terms, aka our variables. We have the 4 ounce, the 6 ounce, the 8 ounce, and the 6 ounce. And that's exactly how you would create your attributes. So if I go back to the Herbie, you see that we already have the product size right here. And this is what we're going to be creating later. We already determined these as attributes, so we're good to go with that one. Now, we also have this one right here. This filter is called the visuals filter, which we will talk more about, and I'll show you guys exactly how to set it up and everything a little bit later. But as we see, we do have roots, herbs, and flowers. Now, this part might become a bit confusing, but do not worry. We're going to do it now. We're gonna go ahead and set it up now, but when we get to actually adding a filter, I'll bring it all together so that you can understand it more. But for the purpose of just being consistent, being very organized, I'm gonna go ahead and create them right here. So let's go ahead and I'm just gonna name this image. And the reason why is because when I use this attribute, I'm going to be using it as a image filter. So for the attribute type, I just want to go ahead and name it image. And I'm going to add the attribute. Now you see we have our image attribute set, but we need the terms. So if I go back here, you'll see that for my terms, I'm using root, herb, and flowers. So let's type those in here, roots, add new image, which don't get confused because it says image and it's not an image yet. It's all gonna make sense later. I mean, I could have honestly just titled this herb type, but to make things a bit more, put things into a bit more perspective a little bit later when we're actually using a visual filter, I think it's better to just call it image. But again, we're gonna get to that, so don't worry if it's confusing right now. I'm gonna make sure I have roots and I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of them. So now that I have all four or all three of the different types of images, I'm good to go. So let's go back to attributes one more time because now if we go back to Herbie, again, we have another type of filter here. You see right here, I have these different types of filters options as well. And it's basically going based off some product features. Like, does this product feature to be a limited edition? Does it feature to be newest edition or whatever? Because remember, you can get as funky with this as you want. So whatever it is you choose to have right here is totally up to you. But for me, I wanted like some filters where people can see which ones are our best sellers and which ones are limited edition and which ones have been newly added to the website. So this is just my preference. So we're going to go ahead and create these two. Now this one will be underneath features. So I'm just going to title it features. And I'm going to add the attribute. Now we have the attribute. What do we have to do again? We have to configure it to make sure they have some terms. So let's go to configure the terms. And right here where you see we have the best sellers, limited edition, and newest edition, those are our three terms. So let's go ahead and add those here. And now we have all three of our features for the filters. And that's pretty much it. Now that we have our categories and our attributes set, now we can actually successfully and easily add in our products. So let's go back to products, add new product. And for the purpose of this tutorial, I will go ahead and show you one of the products and how I add it. But if you want to have more in-depth tutorials on how to add different products, or especially for this one, which we are doing variable products because we have different sizes for everything, be sure to go check back my previous video. So for the first one, we're going to do ashwagandha root powder. So let's just go here. Let's exit this filter. So I'm just going to grab the name, ashwagandha roots, fit that there. And we're gonna grab the long description, which is just this, and put that there for our long description. We're gonna scroll down. This will not be a simple product because we have variations. So what we're gonna choose is the variable product. I'm gonna say got it. We're gonna choose the variable product. Now we can go ahead and add in our attributes and everything. So we can add existing because we already have some. I'm going to choose by size. And for the size, I'm going to go ahead and select all because I want it to be available in all of these sizes. Now, if you do, let's just say for the ashwagandha root powder or any, product, and let's say it don't have one of these, you can easily just exit off and it'll go away. I'm just gonna go ahead and add that back. Be sure you just have them to tick because I do want to use these, and now I'm just gonna go ahead and save the attribute. Now that I've done that, that is basically saying that this ashwagandha root powder is now having the attribute of size with all of the different sizes. Then the next thing I need to do is go underneath the variations tab, and I need to generate the variations and click OK because I do need this ashwagandha root powder to show me all of the options when I choose, or for a person to choose their size in terms of the variations. And that's pretty much it. Of course, you can always change out the products. Now, of course, you can always change out the information in between each one. So let's just say for the 4 ounce, you actually make this one a little bit lower in price because it's the smallest pouch. So maybe you would make this one, let's just say $6. So we're gonna do $6. For the 6 ounce, for the price, we want to do $8. And for the 8 ounce, we want to do $12. And for the 16 ounce, let's say we want a toasty $20 for this one. And that's pretty much it. You can also, of course, let me open this back up. You can indeed have a different image per variation. So you see we have 4 ounce, 6, 8, and 16. If you did take like a photo shoot for your images, and let's say you actually have pictures of the 4 ounce, you can then open the 4 ounce and link that picture right there, similar to the rest of these as well. You can always do some other stuff, which I talked about over inside of the variable product tutorial. So be sure you guys watch that one. Now I'm just going to scroll up because right here it says, do you want to have a default value? So right now on Herbie, as you see, if we just look right here, it just says choose an option. And that's because this default, we kept it at no default size. However, if you did choose one, then it just means that when people land on this product, they will be defaulted to say whether it's a 4 ounce, 16 ounce, 6 ounce, whatever, whatever. They will be able to simply choose that and it'll be already defaulted for them to add it to the cart. If you keep it at no default option, then it'll just say choose an option. That way people have to choose specifically which size or color or whatever it is that they want before purchasing. I'm going to keep it on no default because I want this redesign to be similar to what we already created. And I'm just going to go ahead and save the changes. And that's pretty much it for the products tab. Now I'm going to put in the short description, which is what we have here. And I'm going to scroll back up because now it's time to do the product image. So for this, I already, like I told you guys, have everything in my folder. So be sure you already have all of your images. It's going to save you a ton of time. So I'm going to go ahead and install or upload all of my images so I can get started and make this pretty much a breeze. Okay, so for the ashwagandha root powder, I need the first image that I want to show on the home page. So if we just go back to the home page, you would notice that, or I didn't even mean the homepage actually, but we can see it from the homepage. So as you see, we have these images that show up first, but if we hover, or when you actually click on the product, you actually see the second or the gallery images for the product. So for the ashwagandha root, I want this one as my first image, and then I want this one as my second image that will sit in the product gallery. So for the product image, I'm going to choose my first image. For the gallery image, I'm going to choose the gallery image. Okay, so our first image isn't popping up for right now. I'm going to publish it and see if it's going to be fixed. So we're going to skip that for now and come back to it. It's just bugging a little bit. And as you see right here for the product categories, we already set this up earlier. So it's a super breeze to go ahead and add it to the herbal powders. And we can add some tags if we want, but I'm not going to do that, or brands, or necessarily have a template right now. So let's just scroll back up to the top and click publish. Now I see the image still didn't upload, so let's just click it one more time. Choose this one. And there we go. All right, so now that we have our first product added, let's just go ahead and take a look at what this actually looks like. I'm just gonna right click, open this up in a new tab. Because remember folks, we haven't did any design just yet. And this is how it looks right out of the box. This is what WooCommerce gives you, but this is not what we want. We are definitely aiming for something a bit more stylish, a bit more sleek, and a bit more modern, which is going to be something like this. So as you see, this is what we have for now, but don't worry about that. We're gonna fix that. So I'm gonna go back over here and this time I'm gonna click on all products. And now you will see under this tab, you'll be able to see all of your products. So off camera, I'm going to go ahead and add about 4 more products, and then I'll come back and show you the next step to building out our e-commerce. All right, so now we have all of our products added. Well, for the purposes of this tutorial, I only added 4, but if we were to go back to our actual Herbie site that we did before, you will see that we have all of our products right here. So it's going to be super important that if you're going to be building your e-commerce shop to go ahead and knock this part out, because this is what's going to take the most time, but this is also what's going to help us in a design phase of knowing what we want to show and how we want to show them. So going back to here, we're just going to work with these 4 products for now, but don't worry, you'll still be able to understand everything we're going to do inside of this tutorial. Now, before we move on, let's just take a look at our shop page because we now have added some products. So I'm pretty sure we will have our shop page now. So let's go back to visit our site. Remember, right now we don't have anything on the home page. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here because let me close this back. You also see that right now we just have this thing that's acting as our logo, the site title and the site description. Since we have not created a header and footer, this is going to default as that. And we also do not have a menu already created, so we don't see the shop menu anywhere up here. So what we're going to do is just going to go right here and we're going to go ahead and do a slug for the shop. And now we can see the shop page. Doesn't look too good. We went from this to then going to something that looks a little bit like this. Can't wait to show you. It's some cool stuff coming up. But guys, this is what we're working with right now, and this is exactly why using the Elementor theme right out the box is good for flexibility of being creative, but it really doesn't give you too much of a good look right out the box. So we're going to make that look better, but don't worry about all of that right now. What I wanted to bring to your focus is that we have this shop page, right? But we never created a shop page. Why is that? If we go back over here to our dashboard, remember when we created this, we was able to view the actual product on a single product page. Earlier in the video, I told you when you do install WooCommerce, it will grant you some different tabs over here. On top of being able to have new tabs to add a product and edit them and things like that, they also go ahead and give you the store pages. So if we go to pages and all pages, you will see that we have the cart, checkout, refund, return policy, my account, as well as the shop page. Before, we only had the home page and the sample page, if I'm not mistaken, and this privacy page. But once you install the WooCommerce, like I said, it grants you the opportunity to make your website a e-commerce shop or a e-commerce store. So it grants us this tab as well as these pages. And that's exactly how we were able to see the shop page, which is what we have right here. Now, on top of all that, I just told you that we don't have a header. We can't easily navigate to the home page or the My Account page, and we even don't have anything in the footer. So that's going to be the next step. But before we get to that next step, we have to actually create those pages so that we can actually have a menu to even work with. So let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go down to Appearance and go to menus. Now, there's 2 ways that you can do this. What I'm about to do is if we go back here to the site design that we're recreating, you see that we have home, we have shop, we have about, and we do have contact. We just saw that the shop page was generated default by WooCommerce, which is awesome. And we also already have the home page because we created that at the beginning of the tutorial. But now we have about and we have contact. Now, I don't necessarily have to make these actual clickable because we're not going to actually go over an about page nor the contact pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just add these as a custom link inside the menu. Don't worry, I'm about to explain this in just a second. Or I could have just went on ahead and similar to how I created earlier in the tutorial of the homepage, I could do the same for about and contact and just leave them blank, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to show you the second option. So on appearance underneath the menu tab, you see that you have to create a menu because you haven't have any menu. This website is a fresh install. It doesn't have a menu. So what is your menu? Let's go back here. This is basically your menu. This is what's going to sit inside of the header so that people can navigate your website. And let's go ahead and create our menu. We're just going to call it main menu. And it's going to display in the header. And we're going to go ahead and create menu. I did a full tutorial once before talking all about the menu and how to do all of this stuff. So I'm going to go through it a bit more quickly because I am assuming that you already know this stuff, but you just want to know how to build a better website. So for my menu, of course, this is going to be sitting in the header, and the pages that I want is the home. I also want the shop page, and that's it for the pages that I already have created. And I'm just going to go ahead and add them to the menu. Right off the bat, I see home page and shop. So I'm going to go ahead and save the menu, and let's see what this looks like so far. If I go back to visit our site, let's go and refresh this. Now you see we actually have the header popping up, or the menu popping up. So here was our logo. By default, it's just giving us the site title. And then you see we have the home page and we have shop. So now if I click on home page, it's going to take us to the home. And then if I click on shop, it's going to bring us back to the shop page. Great. Now, if we look at the redesign that we're doing, you see we have home, shop, about, and contact. So I am going to close out pages, and I'm going to just add a custom link here, and I'm just for the URL going to put the £, which is going to automatically say this links to nothing. It's going to be non-clickable, and the link text will just say about. So let's do about. Let's do one more, and this one will be the contact. We're just going to add that to the menu. Now let's save the menu, go back, refresh, and now we should have a full menu: home, shop, about, and contact. Perfect. Now I can say right off the bat, even though I titled this page to say homepage, I do want the navigation label, basically what is going to show right here in the menu. I don't want to say homepage, I just wanted to say home. So I'm going to take off the word page, close that back, and save menu. And that's pretty much it for the menu. So now that we have edited and added our menu for our header, now it's time to actually style our header and make it look a bit better. Don't worry, we're gonna get into everything, including the home page and everything, because right now we go to the home page, it's blank, and we need to do that. But for the purposes of the way I create my websites, I actually go ahead and start with my header and footer if I have already done certain pages. And since I just want to show you guys quickly how to do the mega menu on this part of the website process or tutorial, we're going to start right there. So let's install a widget that will allow us to use the theme builder and create a header and a footer, as well as starting the mega menu. So inside of the WordPress dashboard, scroll down to the plugins and add a new plugin. Now, before we did include CrocoBlock already, but we need the CrocoBlock theme builder, and as you see, we don't see it here. So going back to this, so coming back to the CrocoBlock account, you need to make sure that you install the theme core widget right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and download, save it to my computer, and upload it. There it is, the Jet theme core, and I'm gonna go ahead and install and then activate it. So then it will bring you to the plugins page, and as you see, we scroll down, we do have the Jet theme core. Now, one of the things I did forget to mention in the beginning is to go ahead and delete the default WordPress plugins that they do install on your website. You can just go ahead and remove them because you will not be using them. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these two. And there we go. Now, if I hover over the CrocoBlock tab, now you see I have this thing called Theme Builder. And this is exactly what we'll be using to build our header and our footer. So let's check out our page again. Let's go to the home page so we don't get distracted too much. But as you see, we have this header that has our logo, the menu, a button, and the cart widget. And if we scroll down, we also have this simple footer right here. Also, you would notice for the header, I did include a announcement bar. There's so many different ways you can do that, but I'm going to show you the way I did it right here. So let's start building this header. This isn't a CrocoBlock tutorial, so I'm not going to go over any of these. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the grid view because for my preference, I like to look at the grid view. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a new page. And for the condition, I want this to be on the entire site. Now, if you drop it down, you will see Singular, Archive, Advanced, and WooCommerce. These will be talked about in another video if I decide to do a full CrocoBlock tutorial showing you guys how to use the theme builder. But for now, just make sure you include the entire site and it'll default to entire site right here. And just go ahead and create. And as you see, it just created this new page template. Now we're only going to use this to be creating our header and our footer. So for the title, even though it says page, you don't have to worry about that. Just title it header and footer. Let's just title it like that. And to remove one of those O's, there we go. And as you see, it's updating automatically, so you don't have to worry about pressing the save button. So right off the bat, you see that whatever this block is, whatever we create inside of this block will be shown on the entire site, which is perfect for the header and the footer. Now you see we have a theme header right here, theme body, and theme footer. We're going to skip the theme body because we're not going to be building out our page on the theme builder or the CrocoBlock theme builder, but we will be using it for our header and our footer. If that sounds confusing, roll it back a little bit, slow it down, try to understand, but if not, moving forward, it's going to make a lot of understanding or a lot of sense. So first is the header. Right here, we got override theme header. Don't worry about the term override right now. It's just the default wording. We're going to click in here and we're going to create a new template. For the editor, we're going to be using Elementor. If you're following along and you're using any other, page builder to build out the website, choose your builder. So if you're using Divi, it'll be shown right here. I'm using Elementor, so I'm going to click that. And we're just going to name this our custom header. Just keep it like that and create. It's going to automatically open it up in a new tab, which is beautiful, exactly what we want. And it's now going to open up the Elementor editor. Now you see you have some steps right here to help you out in terms of creating out your page, and it's going to have all these different pop-ups that may pop up throughout my tutorial. I will try to exit them out the way. So if we take a look at the header that we already have on the finished design, you see that we have a container at the top and then we also have a container underneath it. So we have two containers that is building up our header. This one has an announcement bar with just some text in the background color. Then our header, we have a logo, we have the menu, a button, and a cart widget. So let's start building that by adding our first container. I talked more about containers in a previous video. Be sure to go back and watch those. For this, I'm just going to go ahead and drop in the text editor widget. So now I just need to put in my text, which my text will just say free shipping on orders over, let's say 75. I think that's pretty nice. And in the demo, I did also have some hearts. So I'm just going to choose some white heart here. And I'm just going to copy that and paste it there. Now I do see that it's to the left and it has some space at the bottom, which we don't want. So I'm just going to go back to that container. I'm going to justify everything in the center. And then also what I'm going to do on that container is to give it our color. So now I have added my colors in, and as you guys can see, let's scroll this down a little bit. Oops, let's go back down. Now you guys see I added in my colors. So what I'm going to do is choose this accent color. That's the color that we were using in the default one. And we are using the all caps for our text, and we did bold over 75. So let's do that really quickly. So let's go back to our text and let's style it up by first giving the text color a white color. And for over 75, we're going to highlight that and we're going to bold that. And then where we have code, as you guys see, it has some default spacing. I don't want that. I'm going to go to the code. I'm just going to enter down. I have no idea why that works, but it does. So we're going to go with that. Now, I do see we have quite a bit of space. And if we look at this one, we don't really have that much space. The only space that we have at the top and bottom of this container is the space that pertains the text or the text widget. So that's exactly what we want to do here. It's a lot of space. We don't want that. So I'm going to go back to the container. First and foremost, I'm going to unlink the padding. And if I just close this out, now you see what we have. Now that's pretty tight. So let's just do like 1 or 3 at the top and then 3 at the bottom. 3 pixels of padding at the top, 3 pixels of padding at the bottom. That looks a lot better. And we're good to go with the top bar. Now we have to do the main header. So we're going to do another container. All right, so now we have the next container, which is going to hold everything else. So the first thing to note is that I want the direction of this to go in the direction of row because I want everything that I put in here to sit right next to each other. And we will do space between because I want space in between everything when I add it. And then I do want the items to be aligned to the center. That way everything can be aligned to the center. You're going to see what I mean in just a second. So let's start adding our stuff in here. The first thing I'm going to add is a image widget, and I'm going to choose my logo. So there is my logo. Guys, as you can see, it actually has a little white leafy thing on top of the eye. That's why so much space. And in fact, later I'm going to actually change that, but to keep this ball rolling, we're going to keep going with this, but that's why it has that space right there. But yeah, so we have our logo in there. So what I want to do is actually add a container in there. So I'm going to open up my navigator tab and I'm just going to drop this container inside of our header container. And as you see now, that container sitting next to this, which is exactly what we wanted. So I'm going to now move the logo in here. And for this container, I want this container to be positioned all the way to the left. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate this one. And I'm going to duplicate it one more time. So now we have 3 containers. I'm going to take away the logo from that one and the logo from that one because these will have 2 totally different other things. Now with this container, I want it to be pushed to the left as far as it can because it don't need that much room because the logo doesn't have to be this big. So let's go with a percentage width. So I have it on percentage right now. Let's just say 10 or let's do 20. We'll go with that for now. And I'm also going to go back to the container, make sure I'm on this gray container that's holding the logo, and I'm going to unlink the padding. That way the logo is a bit flush to this container. Perfect. So now we have 2 more sections. So this section will be the menu, and then we have some other stuff right here. So let's just go ahead and publish this really quickly because there's one other thing that we have to do. So in order to actually put in the mega menu that we're going to do, we need to go ahead and start off with the perfect menu that we need. So we need to install the jet menu from the CrocoBlock suite. So I'm going to go back here, and what we're going to do is now go to the CrocoBlock. We're going to go to update and installations. Remember earlier where we were adding different plugins? We're going to do that once more. We're going to scroll down, and this time we need this one right here, which is the jet menu. And remember, you got to scroll up to the top and activate the plugin, which is perfect. How I know that the jet menu widget is now installed, I am going to go to the jet plugin settings, and you see all of the jet plugins that we installed. Remember, we just did jet menu. Remember, we installed the smart filters, the Woo Builder, and the theme core. So this is going to be able to show you everything that you have installed within the CrocoBlock suite, and then you have the settings for each one. So I'm going to click on this jet menu one, and I'm going to go to the general settings. So this is where you will go to when you just need to see all of the different types of Jet plugins that you do have or the Jet widgets that you do have installed, and you want to go in and check on any of the settings. So we just did Jet menu. If I wanted to go into the settings and change some stuff up, I could easily just go here to the Jet plugin settings, click on the Jet menu widget, and I can do any type of settings I need here. I'm pretty much good right here. So all I'm going to do now is go down to the appearance, go to menu, because there's one more thing I want to check to make sure. And as you see, when you hover over either one of the menu options, you see this tab right here. And this is going to be what we're going to be using to make our mega content, which we're going to come right back to. But for now, let's go back to our header. And since we just added Jet menu, let's refresh this to make sure we have the necessary widgets that we need to add the menu to our header. So now I'm going to type in menu. And as you see, we have vertical menu and we have mega menu and the hamburger menu. Now, before we only had the default WordPress menu, but like I said before, if you want to recreate this mega menu, you need to make sure that you are using the Jet Engine's mega menu or the Jet menu widget. So for this, we're going to go ahead and include the mega menu because we know we're going to be creating the mega menu a little bit later. So it says to select the menu. So we're going to drop down the menu and we're going to choose the main menu. And there we go. Just similar to what we saw earlier on, well, this page here. As you guys see, we see it right here as well. So we know we're on the right track. So now the last thing that we do have, if we check out our site, we have that button in the cart widget. So we have this container here. I'm going to go over and get rid of the default padding because it won't be needed. And I'm going to go back to the layout. I do need this to be in a directional row because I will sit the button and the widget in there as well. Now, I don't need it to be this big. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and for the width and put it on about, let's just do 15 is a bit short. Let's do 25. Let's do 25. I think that'll be perfect. So let's go ahead and add our elements in there and that'll give us more information as to if we need more space or not. So we just going to do a button. And then we're also going to add in the cart widget. And as you see, we don't have a cart widget, so we'll be back over into the dashboard. Now, I told you we are going to be using a lot of different CrocoBlock plugins, and I didn't want to show you guys how we add them all at once, so I'm going to go back and forth to the dashboard to add the new plugins. So now we're going to go back to the CrocoBlock. We're going to go to the Jet plugin settings, or no, update and installation. And now we need to go down and we need to now install the Jet Blocks widget. Again, it will reload. Just scroll back up and activate the plugin. Okay, so now that we've installed the Jet block, so now when we search the carts, we now see this WooCommerce cart widget, and this is exactly what we want to use right next to our button. Perfect. Now it's a little cut off, and that's because if we close this, that the cart by default is coming with the pricing and the number of how many items is in the cart, as well as the text and all that stuff. So we are going to edit that up so it looks a lot more like this one, which is the number and the cart icon. So let's go back to this and let's do some styling right here. So I'm going to start off right here because the menu, we got a lot to do with that and I want to do that one last. So let's start with this container right here with the button and the cart. So let's first start off with our button. Let's go ahead and change this. Instead of saying click here, we say something like shop now. Underneath the style tab, I'm going to change the text color to our primary green color. And for the background color, I'm actually going to do transparent because I don't want any color. But I do want it to have some border radius and a border of 1 pixels. And it's going to also be our primary color. And that's pretty much what I want. Right now, it's sitting on top of each other and it should change once we edit some more of the cart because it's not supposed to look like that. Indeed, we want it to look like this. And actually that says account. So let's go back and let's change this to say count. And there we go. So I'm going to go to the cart widget now. And for this, what I want to do is I want to actually remove the label. I don't want it to say cart. I just want the icon. And I'm going to show product count. We're going to keep that on, but we will toggle out the subtitle or the subtotal. We don't want that. And there we go. Now it sits beautifully. Now I will, inside of this container, align the items to the center so that they can sit in alignment right next to each other. And going back to our cart icon, we're going to go to the style. We're going to go back to the cart icon. All right, so we're going to go back to the cart icon. We're going to go to the style, and for the cart link for the icon color, we want it to be our primary color, and for the count color, we want it to be our primary color as well. Now, of course, you saw I deleted the price, I deleted the subtotal, I deleted the text. Now, if you still had all that stuff, the options to do the colors for those are also right here as well. And there we have our button with our cart right there. Now, as you see, let's close that back. As you see right now, the cart opens up this little pop-up right here when you hover over it. But in our original design, we don't have a pop-up. Instead, when it's clicked, it actually brings up a slide out. Well, I guess that is still a pop-up, but it slides out instead of it having this hover effect that the other one have. You click it and then it pops out the cart details. Right now you see we hover it and then it pops up the cart details. So it's more so like a hover effect, but we want a click slide out bar type of effect. So let's create that. Let's go back for the cart. Make sure you're still on the cart. Let's go to the content once more. And right here where it says open cart, drop down on the product ad, you can actually click that. And for the trigger, we're going to do click. And then for the click, we wanted to do a slide out instead of a drop down. So as you see, the layout type was on drop down because as you hover it, or we just changed it to click now. When you click it, it does a drop down, but we wanted to do a slide out. So now when we click it, which is kind of hard to click when you have the editor open like that. So let's close that. Now if you click it, you see it brings out this pop-up, which is perfect. Now, for right now, you won't be able to really edit. Let's go back to the main one. You won't really be able to edit all of this stuff until you actually add something into your cart. So you can stop what you're doing, go add some to your cart, and then refresh the page so you can see. So let's just do that. Let's just go here. Let's go ahead and publish this. And now we go back to visit our site. Now you see when you're on the home page, you see the header that we just created right there, which is perfect. Lets us know that what we're doing is absolutely working and we're on the right path. But it definitely still needs a lot more work. So let's finish the tutorial. Right now, again, I told you when you click it, it pops up. So what we need to do now is go to the shop page. And let's just add something to our cart really quickly. And as you see, it popped up, but it needs some design edits because it's still using the default Hello Elementor themes red color, and we don't want that. And it could just use a bit more of an update or refresh in the design right here as well. So let's start doing that. So now that we have that, let's go back to the editor and let's refresh. All right, so now we're back in the editor. It refreshed. So let's just close this. Let's open up the cart. As you see, we have something in our cart, and now we can actually design this and see what it is we're doing. So let's open up the editor. All right, so now that we have it open, it will possibly close depending on what you are editing, but it's okay. You're just gonna keep having to opening it back up. So now we see what we're working with. So let's go to the style tab. Let's go to the cart item style because that'll be the items right here. So off the bat, I know for the product item style, which is this piece here, I do want some padding at the top of 20 and about 10 at the bottom, and that's perfect for me. Actually, let's do like 25. Yeah, 25 at the top, 10 at the bottom, and that's perfect for me. Now, I do want a divider. You won't be able to really see it in this description or depiction because we actually don't have a secondary option. But trust me, put you a divider there, add you your color. I'm gonna go with this. I'm just gonna bring it down a little bit. Like I said, you can't see it, but that's perfectly fine. For the product image width, so if we open this back up right now, you see it's pretty tiny. Let's see, let's put it at about, let's go with 75. I think that's nice. We can always come back and change it if we want to. That's pretty much what we got for the image. So now we see we have these two options, the X color or remove button color, and then we have the product title, which is red. We don't want that. So scroll underneath there, you see the product title styles for the color. I'm going to also choose our primary color because we're keeping the brand going on, right? Okay. So the product remove button is going to be this. The color will be, let's go for our accent color this time. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Am I clicking on the wrong thing? Let's see. It was supposed to change. I don't see it changing. And then let's change this hover. Let me just see. If I change this hover's background color to this and then this, let's open this back up. Okay, the hover one is working, but the normal, let's remove that background color, but you guys get the gist. Maybe it just needs to be refreshed and it'll show up properly. But yeah. So there's our text. We changed it to our primary color green. We made our image a bit bigger than what it was before. And we got a little bit more space at the top and the bottom. And we can actually go back and add a little bit more space. Let's see what 30 looks like. Yeah, 30 is pretty nice. And then let's do 20 or 15. I like that. We'll go with that. Perfect. The total title, this is what I was looking for. So for here, we wanted to, let's choose the accent color for the subtotal. And I think that's perfect. And then the total amount can also be that same color. I think that's good. Or we can just simply go with our main primary color. Let's open this back up. And, oh, I didn't change this one. And open that. And there we go. So yeah, let's put that back at the neutral color. That way it stands out a bit better since it is the subtotal. And that's pretty much it. We got the buttons next. So if we just open it back up, now you see we have these two buttons right here. So in our main design, what did we do? The accent color and the primary color for the checkout, which is perfect. So what we're going to do is, you see right here, there are labels right there so you know which one you're on. So the view cart button is the one that's on the top. We want the text color to be white and the background color to be the accent color. And that's pretty much it. You can definitely change the hover state. So let's just say the hover state was the same. Let's do the accent color, but it's a little bit darker so people can see that they actually, it's a button. So hover over, it gets a little bit darker. That's cool. We'll go with that. And right underneath all of that, you can do the border radius and everything. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to make this video too long. I think you guys get the gist. You just have a lot of, editing options here. And for the checkout button, let's do the same white text color, but for the background color will be our primary color. And the same for the hover, do the same thing, but unhover, the background color will just go a little bit darker. And now if we were to, let's actually close this out, click it, and as you see, that's what we have, which is pretty neat. I'm actually pretty satisfied with that. And there we go. So here is our cart. So let's close this once more. You can click on it now. It brings out this, and there we go. That's pretty much it. You can do other advanced or more editing style to your liking. The choice is completely up to you. So the next thing to do is go back over here to this section because we have this container pretty much complete for now. So now that I'm looking at the our Herbie logo, I actually want to bring this down a little bit more in size. So let's go for, let's do 50. I think 80 would be, nope. Let's do 60. Yeah, I think 60 fits perfect. Now moving on to the menu item. So what we're gonna do is do what we always do. We're gonna unlink that padding because we don't need that excess space there. And the first thing I want to do is open up the menu widget, the mega menu. I'm going to go to the style tab. And for the main menu style, so for the top items, that obviously will be these items right here. Just in case you have drop downs and you need to know, this will be considered your top items. So the title color for the title or the top items, I want it to be our primary color. When it is hover, I want it to be our accent color, which is perfect. And then when it's active, I want it to also be our active color. And right here for the menu item, I want the item, let's make this a bit more bold. So let's click on the pen. And for the weight from normal, we're gonna go to medium. And I think that's perfect. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to publish this. All right, so now the next thing I want to do is also give it a box shadow. We go back here, you can kind of see a slight box shadow right here in the hero section or the header section. So let's go to this one, make sure we're still on this white one that we're working with. And underneath the style tab, we're going to go to border, but instead of giving it border, we're going to click box shadow. And I'm not going to change any of these, but you can if you want to, if you know your numbers, but I'm just going to move the transparency all the way down to like 0.1. Yep, that's perfect. And let's just go ahead and publish this and let's check out our homepage. So at first we had this, we had uploaded our logo, we had our buttons here that we already had updated, but we didn't update our menu. So let's just go ahead and refresh. And there we go. There is our header. So now let's make our menu have the mega menu content underneath the shop and the about, because if we go back here, we have that on the shop and the about tabs in the menu. We have them as mega menus, so let's create them. So now that we're back on the dashboard, we're going to scroll down to appearance, menu, and we're going to work with our main menu because this is the one that's in our header. And remember earlier we installed Jet Menu, which gave us these. And remember earlier when we installed Jet Menu, it gave us these additional settings or this little pop-up that pops up next to our menu items. So let's go to the shop and start with that one. Let's open the settings. And for use mega content, we're going to toggle this on because we want to create a mega menu for this shop tab in our menu. For the content type, we're going to use Elementor, but be free to choose whichever builder you're using, of course. And then we can go ahead and we can edit the mega menu. I'm going to start off by saving. And then I'm going to open up the editor to edit the mega menu. So as you see, it's going to bring up this little pop-up for you. You're still on the dashboard. You can tell I'm still on the dashboard, but it brings up this little pop-up with the Elementor. So a little mini baby Elementor you can use to create the mega menu. So for the shop mega widget, what we have is two containers. So we have a container on the left that's holding another menu here with a text in a divider. And then we have another container over here that's holding two more containers. So let's build this. So let's go ahead and add in our first container. So we have a main container that's going to go in the direction of a row because we have things sitting next to each other. But we also, inside of this container, have one more container. And this is going to be the container that's going to sit on the left with our menu. So let's click on this container. Make sure you're on the one that's inside. So we just open up the navigator. Now I'm not on the main container that's holding the whole entire mega content, but I am on the inner container, which we can just name this. Inner container. Let's name this inner container so you can understand the flow. So on this inner container, I'm going to give it percentage width of 50% so we can leave the same amount of room over here for the other stuff. And for this first one, let's go back to our reference. As you see, we have the title in another menu. So let's drop that in there. So let's go back to here. Let's add a heading widget first. Let's also add a divider. And let's add a menu. So let's type in menu, and this is the part that's super important. So we're using the jet menu widgets, right? We're not going to use the nav menu, and we're not going to use the mega menu again for right here, because remember our main menu, which we just created here, is the mega menu. But in here, what we need is a menu that goes vertically like this. So what do we use is going to be this vertical menu. We're going to drop it in there and we're going to choose the menu. But as you see, we obviously don't want to choose the main menu again, because again, this mega menu is going to pop up when people choose the shop or hover over shop. We don't want the same main things to pop up right here, the same main menu item. So we're going to have to make another menu. So we're going to come back to that in just a second. Let's go ahead and choose, let's just type in browse category or browse by category, colon. I'm going to go to the style tab. I'm going to give it my primary color, and I'm going to change this to about, let's go with 1.5. No, let's go with 1.2 RAM. I think that's perfect. 1.2 RAM is pretty good. And for the divider, I'm going to make this only about 15% in width. I want to change the color to my primary color. I want the width of this, or the weight, to be, actually, let's just do 1.5. I think that's as close as we're going to get to the original one, but you guys get the picture. For the gaps, I'm going to remove all the gaps. I don't want anything right there, or let's put 0. I don't want anything right there. We just close it. That's what we see. And I can actually put the width to about 5. Yeah, that's perfect. And there we go. So now let's go ahead and publish this, because we're going to have to come right back. Let's go ahead and create our menu. So you will see underneath the shop, we have another menu that sits inside that's going based off the category, because the heading even says it right here, browse by category. So this is how it works. You have your main menu that you have on your website to navigate the different pages of your website. But when you create a mega menu, this means that anything underneath this specific tab will be generating more content for this specific tab or this specific page within the menu. So that means everything right here that we see is pertaining to only the shop. Well, what's inside of our shop? We have product categories. So you see all products and all the categories that we made earlier. So that's the menu we want to create, because this is nothing but a menu. So we need to create another menu and call it our browse by category menu. We can call it category menu, but you get the gist. So let's create this menu first. So let's exit out of this, exit out of this. And what we're going to do is we're going to come back up here and we're going to create a new menu. This time we're going to call this, let's just call it category menu, and create the menu. Now, if you look over on the right, you see categories right here, but this isn't the categories we're looking for. This is basically the overall WordPress categories, but we don't necessarily have any categories specific for WordPress, but we do have product categories because we added them in this taxonomy here underneath the product tab. So how do we choose the product categories to be right here? It's simple. Just go up to screen options and you want to just tick on the product categories. Now, if you close this, you see product categories right here. And if we open it, there go all of our categories. So remember, if you are looking for something WooCommerce related, always just go up here to the screen options and see what ticks that you need to have right here. I'm going to close that. And now when we open this, we want to go ahead and drop in all of our categories to our category menu. And there we go. We got our herbal teas, our herbal powders, our tinctures, and our bundles and our kits. So now we have all of our product categories in here, but we're missing one thing. I want the overall all products to be an option right here for mobile reasons, which we will get into a little bit later. So what I'm going to do is now go back to the pages, and I'm going to choose the shop page and add that to the menu. because you can still incorporate in your category menu, you can still incorporate anything that you want. So it can be a bunch of everything. You can even add a blog post in your menu if you want to. It's totally up to you. Now that I have the shop, I'm going to bring the shop back up here. I'm going to open this shop and I'm going to choose it or title it all products, because this is the text or the verbiage that I want for my mega menu. So now I'm going to go ahead and save the menu. And now if I go back up here to where you can create a new menu, now since we have more than one, you see select a menu to edit. I'm going to choose this and go back to my main menu and then click select. I'm going to open back up my shop mega menu. I'm going to edit the mega menu content. And now what we're going to do is go back to the menu widget. We're going to drop in that vertical menu widget once more. Now we have the mega menu here. So now we're going to select the menu and we're going to choose the new menu that we just created, the category menu. And as you see there, we have all of our new categories right here, which is exactly what we want. So now I'm going to click on the menu, make sure I'm clicked on it. You have some settings right here, which you don't really need these because this menu is set inside of a mega menu, so it's not going to actually have an animation and all that stuff right there. But if, depending on what you're doing, if you have that, there are some settings, but we're going to go into the style tab. We don't necessarily need the main menu or the mega menu, but what we do need is the main menu items for this. But you have a ton of different, let's close that back. You have a ton of different editing options. Just go around, play with it and see what it does for you, and you can figure out, what you need to do. But for the purpose of my tutorial, I just made sure I went to the main menu items, and for the background color, I chose the accent color, as you guys see here. For the hover state, I'm going to make it be our primary color. So basically saying when people hover over it, I want it to change to this color. That way people can know something is happening, which is perfect. That's pretty much it. So now if I just close this out, you see we have our left side pretty much done. That's pretty much good for me. And we have some things that we had on our right side. So for the right side, we had let's just add another container in here. It's so hard to add that. Let's click on this container. Then let's add, and let's just click container. And we open up the navigator, and what we're going to do is just bring it out. Just going to move that like that, and there we go. Now we have our second container over here. All I'm going to do is give it about 25. Let's go with 25. Then I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to go back to the main container, and I am going to align everything to the center because I want these to be a bit shorter as I add my stuff in there. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to go back to this one, and I'm not going to put anything in here just yet, but first I do want to go to the style tab and give it a background image. So in our main one, you see what we end up doing was basically having the category images for the teas and then the category image for the powder. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so now that I have the herbal teas image here and then the herbal powders teas here, I'm pretty much good to go. So all I did was I have two containers, as you guys saw. I gave them a minimum height in pixels of 230 just so I can fill out the image a little bit more, seeing as if I'm not gonna put anything in here besides a button widget. You guys see that in just a second. And yeah, so all I did was go to the style, gave it the image. The image is set to be in the resolution of full, position, center. The default attachment, because I don't need that. Repeat, no repeat, and cover. And that's pretty much all I did for these. I will go into doing a border. So similar to what we had on our other one, I think we have some border radius here in a outline. So we're just gonna let's do 50, let's do 40, that looks a bit much. Do 40, and on the border color, let's just do 2 and give it our accent color. And I'm just going to right click, copy, right click and paste the style. And there we go. Oh, it changed the image. So let's go back to this one and change our image back. And there we go. So the next thing, all I did was just put in a button widget. That's what's set in there. And all I'm going to do is go to the main container. go to the layout, and I'm going to justify everything to the center and align it to the center so it can be directly in the center of this container. And all I'm going to do is change the text to say, let's do view tees. And I'm going to go to the style tab, and for the background color, for the background color, I will choose our primary color and then just do a little bit of the opacity. And there we go. Now I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here and give this container the same conditions. So justify to the center and align it to the center. The button in this one will say view, powders. There we go. If I just close this, now you see we got it right there. Ours look a little bit different. What did we do different? When I stretch it out like that, maybe it is their border. All right, so I did notice that for the border, I did on the other one only do 1 pixel for the border. So let's change that. Let's go to style, to the border, and do 1. That's pretty much it. Now, if I close this, I do see it's a bit of a gap right there. I don't want it like that. I think in the other one, I only did like 10 pixels of gap. So let's go here. Let's unlink these. And for the columns, I want 10. Yep, that's what I had. Perfect, perfect. Don't worry about it stretching out a little bit longer. It won't be this long, which we're going to get right into in just a second. But that's pretty much all of what we needed for the mega menu. So let's go ahead and hit publish. Let's click on the X. Let's save this. And now you see it automatically gave us this little drop tab. And as we hover it, we now see our mega menu. Pretty cool. Now, right now it's on hover. So when you just simply hover on it, it brings up the mega menu, which is exactly what we want. It's super nice. Now we're just going to keep it like this because I'm pretty sure you guys get the gist of it. Let's continue going on with the rest of the tutorial. Now let's do one for the about. Let's go back. Remember what we did with the shop? We just clicked on settings. We did use mega content. We chose our editor and then we added the mega content. All right, so for the about mega menu, you see we have 2 containers. We have one container with the content and another one with a carousel slider situation for the team. So let's edit this up. Let's go back to the editor. We have a 2 container, which is perfect. Now for this left one, we can do about, let's do 35. I think that's perfect. And for this one, we'll do 65. I mean, no, 75. There we go. So over here, all we're going to do is drop in a heading. We're going to drop in a text editor. And we're going to drop in a button. And I'm going to go ahead and style this up how it needs to be styled up. All right, now that I have the left side pretty much fixed, I'm going to go over to the right side. And then what we're going to be putting here is a carousel widget. So just type in carousel. And what you're looking for is this advanced carousel right here. Just going to go ahead and drop that in. So by default, it looks extremely ugly. So we definitely got to take some time to design it. And if you guys are familiar with Elementor, you guys know, you got your slides here. So if I just duplicate this, which I will need a few, you see you have it right there. You have some settings here and some additional options right there. And then you have some styling options. I'm going to go ahead and do my styles and I'll come back and let you guys know everything that I did. Okay, so I have my advanced widget over here and then I have my text over here. So we just close it out. That's what we have working with. And on hover, it stops moving and the color of the card changes, which is super nice. So I'm going to close this or open this back up. For this text, I do want it to be in the center so it can align perfectly with everything else right here. And that's pretty much good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and publish that. I'm going to exit. I want to make sure I save that. Exit. Now, if we go back to our home page, or we're constantly going back to our shop page, but you guys get the picture. All right, so now you see that the about now has to drop down, and as you see, there is our mega menu. So our shop has this mega menu, and our about has this mega menu, and everything works perfectly. Now it does look a bit squished, and that's only because, as you notice, our mega menu or our header is boxed in, meaning we have all this space on the right and the left because it's not full width. If it was full width, we'll have a bit more room to work with because right now the mega menu, as you can see, I'll put some margins on the screen. You will see that it's taking up the exact space of the container that it's in. So this menu right here is a widget that sits inside a container. Remember when we created the header, we had 3 containers, one for the logo and another one for these and one for this. The mega menu sitting in this container, and its container starts right here and ends right here. If we give it a little bit more room, we will have this to be a little bit more spaced out. So keep in mind that you do want to make sure that you are putting your mega menu inside of a container. That way you can control its width a bit more. So let's go back to the header. So we're going to open up the tabs over here, and what we're going to do is go to the main header. We're going to go to layout, and where it says content width for box, we're going to put it at full width. Now if we do that, you see it stretches all the way across, which is what we need. So let's go ahead and let's publish this. Now, if we go back to the website, we refresh, everything is to the end. So now if we do that, you see it stretches out a bit more, and that's exactly what we want. Now it looks a lot better and not squished up. So that's our header complete. Now it's time to start on our homepage, because if we go back to the homepage, you will see that we still don't have any content. We still got a while to go, guys. So be sure that if you need to take a break, you can pause at this point, get you some snacks, refill your coffee and your tea, because next we are starting on our homepage. Wait, I almost forgot that we have to do our footer. So let's actually start there first. So let's start on the footer. We already have our header, we already have our mega menu content going on, so we're pretty much good to go. Now we just have to create our footer, because right now this is our footer, which we don't want that. Let's go back to the dashboard. In the dashboard, we're going to go back down to the Croco block. We're going to choose theme builder. And this time, remember where we created that template that held the header. We don't have to make another template. We can just choose the same thing, because remember, we set conditions for this template right here, this whole entire white block that you see. We already set the conditions to be on the entire site. So it means whatever we put inside of here, we want to show on the entire site. We already did that with our header, because as you see, when we go to different pages, we just choose the shop page, you see the header is still there. So we need to do the same thing for the footer. So let's go ahead and click that, create a template, choose our editor, and choose a title. Let's go with custom footer and create. Okay, so now that the editor is open, let's get started. If we go back to the original one, you see this is our footer. Just a simple logo, a text with some links here. So a menu. You guys remember where we made the vertical menu for our mega menu? That's the same thing happening here. We're just gonna need a vertical menu. And then we just have a map. You can get pretty funky with your footers. I'm going to be creating a whole tutorial on how to do different types of footer styles. So be sure you are subscribed to the channel. But we're going to keep it simple for this long tutorial. So let's go ahead and add our container. It's just going to be one container, but we will need this container to go in a directional row, because we have stuff sitting side by side. Actually, let's delete that. Let's go add a container, and let's create a 4-block container, because that's exactly what we have. Let's go to the main container, and let's give it a style color of the accent color. And I'm also going to go to the advanced, and I'm going to adjust the padding. I'm going to do about 40 at the top, 40 on the bottom, and 20 on the left and the right. Now for this first one, what we need is the logo. Oops, not a container. Let's delete that. What we need is a logo. So we're going to drop an image in here, and we're going to choose the logo. So now we have the white version of our logo. So we're going to go ahead and select that, and there we go. Then underneath that, we just had a text editor, and we're just going to paste in our text. So there's our text. We're going to style this up by changing the text color to be white. And I'm going to go back over here to the code. I'm going to enter that down and get rid of that space. And there we go. Pretty much got this first side done. Now we have the menu that sits in between here. So the first thing I'm going to do is just go ahead and add a heading. And I'm going to just go ahead and title it Quick Links. I'm going to go to the Style tab. I'm going to change the color to be white. And for the typography, I'm going to change the size, the font size to be about 1.5 round. I think that's perfect. Now I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. And the next thing I need to do is add a vertical menu. So I'm going to go again, type in menu. I'm going to choose the vertical menu and I'm going to pop it in right there. Now, I don't want to use the main menu, even though I could, but what I really want to use is a menu that I create specifically for the quick links in the footer. So let's go back to the dashboard, scroll down to Appearance, Menu, and let's create one more menu. Let's click on Create New Menu. For this one, I'm going to choose Quick Links. I'm going to create the menu. Now, specifically for this, maybe I want to just add maybe the home, the account, and the shop. And there we go, we got our home. Remember earlier, we just took off the page text from there. So we got home, we have my account. I'm going to edit that and just say account, shop. So let's just organize that a little bit better. And for the purposes of this tutorial, again, I'm just going to use some default links. So in the footer of websites, you normally have stuff like the policy. So we're going to add a policies page in the footer. Let's add something else. Let's add join, or no, let's just put community. I think those are pretty accurate for the footer. And there we go. That's it for our quick links menu. We're going to go ahead and save the menu. Now we go back to here. Let's actually publish this and refresh. Okay, so now we go to the vertical menu. Now we drop down, we'll see quick links. So now we see our quick link menu, which is what we want. So I'm going to go underneath the style and go ahead and style this quickly. And there we go. We have our little quick links right here. But essentially, you would have maybe like your resources right here with different menu options than your, community right here with your community options. So it's really up to you. But for the purpose of this tutorial, we're just going to go with the quick links. And over here, we can add anything. We can add a form over there. So if you just want we don't have a regular form unlocked because we don't have Elementor Pro, but you can put a form right there and just keep it simple. Let's see if we can edit this login form. Let's see if we, oh, they won't let us take away some of those. So let's take that off because we can't use that. So I'm just gonna go with the maps. So we're just gonna drop in the Google Maps right here. And that's pretty much it. We can edit the height if you want to. I'm just going to keep it at like 200 and that's perfect for me. And you can even go underneath the advanced tab if you do want to round it off like how I did in the original one. Just go to the advanced border and then choose some border width. I'm going to go with about 20. And that's pretty much it. That's how you get your footer. I'm going to go ahead and publish this. If you're looking for some more advanced things you can do to the footer, I have another video where I talked about a different type of style where you can add like a little PO box for your copyright thing. And just comment down below if you guys want to see more tutorials on headers and footer design styles. But for, the tutorial, that's what we got. So now we go to check out our homepage again or our website again. Let's just refresh it. Go to the home page. I'm tired of looking at this shop page. We got to do something to the shop page. And as you guys see, we now have our header right here. And we have our footer right here, which is perfect. Now all we need to do is do the content in between. So let's get started on our home page. So first what we need to do is go back to pages and all pages. Because remember earlier, we actually created the home page already. That's why we're able to actually see it live on the site right now. So now what we're going to do is just go ahead and click it. And once you open it, it's going to open up in the default WordPress editor, but we're not going to be using that in this tutorial. We're using Elementor. So right here, you want to choose click with. So right there, you want to choose edit with Elementor. All right, so now we have the Elementor editor open, and you can tell we're on the home page because this is the same title that we were seeing right here. And you also notice you're on the home page because right here for the pages, it says home page. Again, I'm going to go through this assuming that you already know Elementor, but you just want to know how I designed this e-commerce shop. So the first thing I'm going to do is go up here to the page settings, and I'm going to actually hide that title because I don't want that on my main design. If I go to visit this, you'll see that we have this kind of slideshow hero banner, and then we just have our text right here. I actually have a video showing you guys how to actually create this exact thing similar. So I'm just going to create this off camera, and then I'm going to come back. Okay, so now I have my slideshow background going on, and I have my hero banner text right here. So as you see, this is what we're working with. At first it was blank, and now we have this. So just to show you guys. So when you already have like your header and footer built out, it's super nice. So if we just refresh this page title will be gone and our banner will be right here, which is what we got. That's all we got for now, but we're definitely getting somewhere. So let's go back to the editor and finish out the home page. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I see this opening to add a new widget or container. So this time I want to get a container, and I'm going to have it go in the direction of column because I need things to sit on top of one of another. I'm going to go ahead and change the style color of this container to that color. And the next thing I'm going to add is a heading widget and a text editor widget. That right there. And then this time to achieve the category things right here, I'm just going to use a grid. So let's just use the grid widget, and I'm going to only have one row. We're going to come back to the grid in just a sec. Let's just start off with the main container. So first and foremost, we need some space in between this section and this hero banner. So I'm going to go to the advanced tab and add some padding all around. I'm going to go with, let's do 40. Let's do 80 at the top and 80 at the bottom. So that gave some space at the top and bottom. I'm going to do 20 on the left and the right. Now, what I also want to do is go back to the layout, and I want to justify everything to the center. And for the copy, let me go ahead and switch out my text. Okay, so I edited up my text right here. I have my copy right there. Now, the first thing I can tell is that this is so much space in between the heading and the text, which I'm not a big fan of. I love space. I like to let my stuff breathe, but that's a bit much. So I'm going to go back to the main container because this default space is the same amount of space that's in between this widget and this widget as well, which means that's just a gap in between. So I'm going to go to the container. And for the gaps, I'm going to change this to about 15. I like 15 a little bit better, just a little bit less than what it was before, which is perfect. Now, if we go back to our reference, we see that we have this kind of like oval shape divider at the bottom. So to do that is you're going to go to the container. We're going to go here to the shape divider. I'm going to give it a bottom shape divider of curve. You see it's the wrong way, so I'm going to invert it. And then I'm just going to set my, all right, let's go with 190 and 145. Yep, that's perfect. Okay, so now we have our category. So again, we're gonna use the grid widget for this one this time. The first thing I want to do is give a little bit more space from the text. So when I start adding my categories in here, it's a bit more space. I'm just going to unlink the padding, and from the top, I'm going to give it, let's honestly do like 20. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 20. And what I'm going to do is add a container in here because I actually want to add an image and a text, because if we go back here, you see that we have our image for the category, and then we have a text and another piece of text right here. In another video, I'll show you guys exactly how to use the actual categories widget, because there is an actual category widget you can use. But for the purpose of this video, I'm just going to create this because this is what we have on our reference site. So I'm going to click in the first one. And for this, I'm going to go ahead and add in our image. And I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. I'm going to add in a heading widget, and I'm going to add in a text editor widget. And honestly, for this text editor, I might just use another heading. So let's just actually delete that. Let's just duplicate the heading widget. Okay, so the first thing I want to do for the picture is I want to choose one of the categories. Let's start off with the herbal tea. So I'm going to grab that herbal tea image right here. And if you notice, it's boxed, but we don't want that. We want it to be a full circle. So what I'm going to go is go to advanced, and I'm going to go all the way down to mask, and I'm going to turn it on, and instantly it's going to give you a circle. You can actually choose whatever shape you like from right here, or you can actually do a custom mask and upload your own. For the purpose of this video, I'm going to choose my circle. That's what I had. And for the size, I'm going to make sure it's fit, but you can choose however you want, depending on how you trying to, create your specific mask. But I'm going to do fit, did center, and no repeat, and that's perfect. So now the next thing to do is edit the heading. So for this is going to be the category. So I'm going to go ahead and put herbal teas right here. I'm going to go ahead and change the color to white. And for this, I'm going to put 3 products. So this is just going to state how many products is inside of this category. So I'm going to go back to the main container that everything is sitting in, and I'm going to make sure everything is aligned to the center. I'm also going to go to the column gap, and I'm going to go with about 10. And then what I'm going to do is for the top piece of the heading, to get it away from the image just a little bit more, I'm going to give this some padding of 10 to make it about 20 pixels of space right there, which is perfect. All right, so now we have everything sitting here. So if we go back to the reference, everything is a bit smaller. So first and foremost, everything will get smaller the more grids we add, which I'm about to show you just a second. But when it comes to our text, we see that our heading text is bold and our subtext is a lighter font weight. So let's go back here. So let's go to the herbal teas, and actually let's keep it where it is. But what we're gonna do is go to the products tab, and we're going to adjust this by making it white. And for the weight, we're gonna go with light. We're gonna go with light. So now let's go ahead and go with this first container that's holding the first one, and let's just duplicate this 6 more times. Now we have our 6 items right here, our 6 categories. But as you see, it jumped over to the second line after the third one was duplicated. Why is that? It's because remember we chose the grid. So in the grid for the columns, we have it set to 3 still. We want 1 row, which they tried to attempt that, but it overrid the row amount because the column says 3. So let's change the column to 6. And now you see they sit right next to each other like they should. Now let's go to our heading because we forgot to go ahead and shrink this because it's not responsive right now. We're going to go to the RAM, and let's just make this about, let's go with 1.2. And for the subheading, we're just going to make that a RAM of 0.9. About right there. And that's exactly what we want. Now, there's 2 ways you can get this done. You can either delete all of these, which is the one I'll do, or you can easily just copy and paste the style. So you can copy the style of this heading and then just paste the style over there. But for ease of use, or for simplicity rather, I'm just going to delete all these and just make sure that when you do your first one that you already have it set up how you want. That way when you do duplicate it, you just swap out the content. So I'm going to duplicate this again. All right, so now I can swap out my stuff. So as you guys see, we now have our hero banner, and then underneath the hero banner, we have the shop by category. Now all we have to do is edit up the options here. So let me do that and I'll be right back. All right, so now you see I've swapped out the copy and the images. So now we do have all the text changed, the pictures updated, and the products. Now the last thing to do for this section is to put this little simple hover effect. So as you see, it just grows and it rotates a little bit on hover. So once you hover it, it moves a little bit in that aspect. So to do that is just go back to the image, go over to advanced, go down to transform. And in the hover state, we wanted to scale 1.1, as you see. And then we also wanted to rotate about 15 degrees, which is perfect. So if I close that, you'll see that's what we have. So I'm going to just copy that and I'm going to paste the style. So now that I have the style pasted on all of these, if I just close it, we have our hover effect. And that section is pretty much done. Now I do want a little bit more space in between the text and the categories. So I'm just gonna go back to the main grid container and let's actually do 40 this time because I want a nice amount of space. Yeah, that's a lot better. Reading room, I like that. And that's pretty much it for that section. So let's go into the next section. So the next section is going to be the product grid. As you guys see here, we have about 8 products showing. Yep, 8 products showing right here. This can be depending on whatever you want it to be. This can be the featured products, or it can just be all the products, but you only show the top 10, or not the top 10, the last 10 that were published. Or the first 10 that were published or something like that. So again, in the gist, it's just a product grid. We got a certain amount of products showing because it's a homepage. You don't want it to get too overly drawn out. And like I said, most times in this section on the homepage, it's normally like the featured products or something like that. So that's pretty much what we're going to do next. So let's go out here. Now, if you notice also, we have somewhat of a off-whitish color or a tinted white color. It's not actually all white for our background color. And even if we go to the next section that's all white again, it's still that tinted white color. So let's go back. Let's go to the page settings because at this point, you could just get away with, adding the next container and then, giving it that color. Like let's say it was our accent color, but it was like the lighter version. You can get away with doing it like this, but this is the thing. When you do the next light color section, you got to re-put that color right there. We're going to save ourselves some time just by going up here to page settings, and for the style on the page, we're going to choose our neutral color right here, but we're going to go all the way closest to the white that we can get without it actually being white. I think that right there is perfect. And that's what we're going to do with that. So now we're going to add our next section, which will be the product grid. So we're going to choose the directional column because if we go back here, we see we have a container that sits on top of this container with the products. So inside of here, we're going to do another container and we're just going to duplicate it. This first container will go in the direction of horizontal because we need things to sit on top of each other. So the next thing I'm going to do is add another container, and then I'm just going to duplicate this container. This one right here will hold heading and the text or the text. And then on the right side, we're going to have a button. Close this out to see what we have so far. As you guys see, where we have this section right here that has that rounded, you do need to change the background color of that section to match the main section. So I'm going to go back up to this one, go to style, go back to the border, the bottom, not the border, the shape divider, the bottom. And for the color, you just want to choose the same color we did here. So I'm just going to go back to the page settings and I'm going to actually copy this color the way I can have it. So I'm going to go back to the shape divider here. Then I'm just going to paste in that color. Now it actually blends in with the next section like it's supposed to be. So now let's go to this section here that we're working on. And let's also do the same thing we did for the section above and give it some space. I'm gonna go 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom, 20 on the right and the left. That's just my go-to. It's totally up to you how much spacing you choose. So let's go ahead and drop our copy in. Okay, so we have our copy right here. First, let's go back to this, change the text color to be our primary color, and let's go back to that. Okay, so we have our text over here. And now what we need to do is go over here to the button. We want the button to sit at the bottom of the containers and at the right. So what we're gonna do is go to the main container. And what we're gonna do is just about a content to the end. And then we're gonna align the items inside of this container to the end, basically the right. Okay, so now what I need to do is give this button some style. So let's do shop all. Let's just say, yeah, let's just say shop all. And what we're going to do is go to the text color. Let's make it white. Let's do the green color. And for the radius, let's do 50 because I want it to be all rounded. And actually, I want this button to be a little bit longer. So I'm going to just say shop all products. Or instead of shop, let's do view all products. And there we go. Let's go ahead and add in the product grid. So in this section right here, we want to add right underneath here the product grid. So all you're going to do is type in products, and you're looking for this one right here. In another video, if you guys decide to want some more CrocoBlock videos, I will show you guys how to use the product list, but we're going to use the product grid. Let's choose this. So this is what it looks like right out the box with no edits to it. It's defaulting back to the Hello Elementor theme settings, which is have this red text, which we don't want. So how to do that, we're gonna have to edit and style this thing up. And I'm gonna show you guys how I did it. So make sure you're on the product grid. You see we have 4 columns, we're gonna keep that, but what I'm gonna do is scroll all the way down to right here. I'm going to remove the short description. I'm going to also hide the categories, and I'm also going to hide the tags, even though I don't have any. I'm just going to make sure of that. And we're also going to hide the ratings because I'm not going to put them on this one as well. And I think that's pretty much it. All I want is the text, the price, and the button. Now, automatically by default, it will only show 4, and we did only create 4 products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and switch this to 8, because in hindsight, if I had more products, I would definitely want to show another row similar to what we have here. We have 2 rows of products. And then another thing I want is I don't want this kit to be showing. On the homepage, I only want to ever show the actual products, and I do not want it to show the bundles. So I'm going to add a query, and I'm going to go by category. And you see now we have include categories or exclude categories. And I do want to exclude the bundles. And as you see, it removed it right there. So it's super easy if you want to get custom, like I said before, on what you show right here. You can easily do that with the query options right here. Now to start on the styling, I'm going to go over here to the style tab. So underneath the column, I do want to unlink this. And what I want to do is give it some space at the bottom. 50 pixels of padding, because if I do add more things here, I do want a little bit more space for the button to actually show. For the grid items, I'm going to keep the background the same in no box shadow. Before the border radius, I will do, what is it? I'll do 10. Let's do 10. And for the padding, I'll also do 10. Perfect. Now for the hover state, on hover, I do want the grid item to have a color. So we're gonna go with our accent color, but that's a bit too harsh. So I'm gonna go and turn it down quite a bit. Let's go about right there. And that's perfect. Now what I wanna do is go to the thumbnail, and I wanna make sure that it's also rounded just as well as our container is. So Let's go to the border radius and give it the same 10 pixels of radius around it. Now what I'm going to do is go to the title. Let's just scroll this down a bit. For the title, I do want to change it to our text playfair. And I do want it to be green. And I do want to give it some margin. So I'm going to unlink the margin at the top and the bottom. And at the top, I'm going to give it about 20 pixels of margin. That way it can be away from the image a little bit more and bring it closer to the pricing. Because I want these two to go together. So I want the proximity of these two to be a bit closer and give some space and breathing room from the actual image. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go with 25. And I think I like that a lot more. You can easily do more options. I'm just gonna do some basics for now. Now I'm gonna go to the button, which is here. This is the button, the select options. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to give it a background color, green, and the text color will be white. But now you see we need some padding. That's because by default it had no padding in here. So let's go down here to the padding and let's do 8 at the top, 15 at the right and the left. And for the border radius, let's go with 50 once more. I see at the top we got a little bit more space, so I'm actually going to do 6. And that looks about even for me. And there we go. Now I will go back to the title and I do want it to be a bit bigger. So let's do 1 point, I think it was at 1.5 the first time. Or should we do, yeah, 1.4 is good too. I like that. Let's go with 1.4. So that looks good. I like how it looks. So we're going to keep that. We just need more products, which I'll show you guys when, we have more products, but in the gist, you guys see it'll look similar to this. So we have the product right there. Okay, so I see one thing. These are dropping off to a second line, leaving so much excess space, and it's making this look a bit off balance. So let's open this back up. And here's the issue. You see, we did this one. If we go to the layout, we just kept this at 100%, and then we kept this also at 100% because there's just normal containers just sitting next to each other. But this button don't actually need all of this space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this container that's holding the button, and I'm only going to give it about 30% of space. That's pretty much all it needs. And that already cleaned that piece up. Now I'm going to go back to the container that's holding the text because there's too much gap in between. And to keep a consistent design, I know we used, if I go here, I think we used 15. That's normally what I use, yeah. So I'm going to go to this container and I'm going to do 15 and there we go. I like that a lot. One last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the overall container and I'm going to remove the padding. That way everything is kind of flush now. Perfect. So now we have this section. Let's go ahead and publish this. And let's see how our home page is looking. Let's refresh. And now we have the header, we have our hero section, we have our categories right here, and we have our product section. Now let's start on the next section, which we have a call to action. So this is just a background container with some text. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. Okay, so we have our call to action right here. Again, it's nothing but one container. It has a background image, which is super nice when you have product photos taken like that of your images in landscape mode. It's good for those background images. And then we just have a container right here that has a border, and we chose the dotted border. So if I close this, you will see it's kind of dotted, which mimics a coupon type of vibe. We put our coupon details there with the button. that's pretty much it for that section. So let's go ahead and publish that. And let's move on to the next section. So next up, we have this carousel, product carousel type of thing going on right here with some text on the side. So that means we're going to have a 2-column or 2-container section. So we're going to choose this structure right here. And we're just going to put in a heading widget and a text editor widget and a icon list, which is this one right here. We're going to take away these because we need 3 checkpoints. And over here, we're going to have this same thing here. So let's just take another product grid. We're just going to copy what we already have and we're going to paste it right here. Only this time we want it to be a carousel. So we're going to go to the column. I'm going to do 3. I only want to show 3, which we only have 3 right now anyways. I'm going to close that and then I'm going to go to carousel and enable the carousel. So the slides min height, we're just gonna put that at 10. Slides to stroll, I just want to show one as it's strolling. Space between, I think 10 is perfect. We do want the slide overflow, so we're gonna do that. But now as you see, ours isn't going to slide, and that's simply because we don't have, let's put one of those, let's take away this, let's take away that. That way we can actually have some sliding going on. Yeah. So up here, we took away the product bundle because we didn't want to show it. I just want to show you guys how you can query things. But here, I'm going to keep it just so we can actually see the slide effect in real time. So the cool way to get stuff coming off the page is to make sure that the whole container is in full width. So let's go to the main container and let's change it from box to full width. Now, if we do that, it actually comes off the page. The only thing we're missing is, let's see, if we go back now to the carousel and if we do the overflow, I wonder if we do the overflow, where is it? Let's see if we do that now, will it kind of, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Now in the previous one, we made these circles. So let's just go, let's click inside of there. Let's go to the style. Let's go to the thumbnail. And for the thumbnail radius, instead of 10, let's do, what did we do? Like, what did I do? Like 100, I think? Yep, 100. We'll make it a full circle. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is go back to the title because I want this one to be a little bit smaller. Let's go with 1 point. Let's just keep it at that. Okay, and that's pretty much what we have over there on that side. So now I see, once again, you guys remember for the other containers, we always put some space in between the containers. So what I want to do is go to this container that I'm currently working on, go to advanced, and I'm going to do that same 80 pixels of padding and 20 on the left and right for the container. Or actually, I'm going to take it off the right. I don't need it on the right because I want that cool off the website edge type of effect. All right, so let's edit that. All right, so now it's time for me to adjust the copy over here and we can go on with the next section. Okay, so I went on ahead and added in my text over here. It does look a little bit pushed away. That's because I have some padding over on the left side of this container. So I can, if we just close this, I can show you just so it's some more space over here and it's not hugging the wall of the website. But yeah, now we are completed with this section. Now if we go back to here, the next section we have is just this little simple, friendly reminder about fast shipping, secure and checkout, and friendly support, just so people can feel comfortable with shopping on our e-commerce store. And then we do have right underneath there a 2-container section with an image on the left and some more text with a button right on the right side. Let's just create, so let's go ahead and quickly create these 2 sections and we're pretty much done with the homepage. So let's just open up the editor one more time Let's add one container that's going to go in the direction of a row. So this time we're going to add in another icon list. So honestly, let's just grab this one. Let's paste it in here. But this time we do want it to be inline so they can sit across like that. We're going to go to the main container, make sure that everything is aligned or the content is justified to the sensor. And I do want to go to the container one more time, and I want to give it a minimum viewport height of about 30. No, 30 is a bit much. Let's just do 20. And then for the style, I'm going to choose our primary color, but I'm just going to do, oops, not that. I'm going to do our primary color, and then I'm going to turn the transparency down a bit to about right there. And then in the main website, we have our secondary color or our accent color for the copy. Let me update the copy and I'll be right back. Okay, so now we have this section complete. And again, right underneath there, we just have a 2-column or 2-container section. So we're just gonna grab this and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go to the container to give it some space. We're gonna go 80 at the top and the bottom and 20 pixels of padding on the left and the right. So on the left side, we just had a simple image and I'm gonna choose the image. And there goes our image. And then on the right side, we had some copy. So let me just go back to our main thing. So the background color was our dark primary color. So let's go back to the main container, style it. The background will have a color of the primary, and there we go. So over on the right-hand side, we have some text. So what I'm going to do to make this a bit more quicker is just copy that, copy, paste that, and I think that was, no, we need a button. Let's just grab this button and paste it right here. So let me just edit up this text. So I'm gonna go to here, and first and foremost, I'm going to change the color. Let's go with this off-white right here and edit this text, same thing, this off-white text right here. And then let's make sure that this is not centered, but to the left. And then let's go to the main right side container and then just justify the content to the center so it's in alignment with the image. Now let me update this copy and I'll be right back. Okay, so I already edited up the text, so we just can close this out. You see now we have right underneath this section, we have this 2-container section with our image and our text. But I do notice that this is a bit close, and that's not how I have it in the original design. We have a bit more space and our image is actually a lot more bigger. So let's edit that up. All right, so let's go to the main container. Let's take it from box to full width. And almost immediately that will push everything to be bigger, which is exactly what I want. But now I do still feel like these are a bit too close. So again, underneath the container, I'm going to go to the gap and I'm going to add 50. And as you see, it added a lot more space in between the two, which is perfect with me. But now we have the right content going too far to the edge, which is not what I want. So since we put it on full width for the overall container, now that means every container inside is going to be this close to the edge. And that's not what I want. So what I'm going to do is go to this main container, advance, unlink it, and for the right side, I'm going to add about 20. Let's do 20. Let's actually do about 50. Yeah, that's better. And that's pretty much it for this section. So now let's go ahead and publish this. And now let's check out our finished homepage. So we left off right here. So now if we were to refresh, we now see, we can see our next section, which was our little discount coupon. Then we can also see our slider right here still having the hover effect going on. And then we see the next two sections. Pretty cool. And honestly, at this point, our home page is now completed. Now, obviously, ours don't look exactly like this section, don't look exactly like this section, but that's simply because I did not add all the products in. Now, I do notice one thing, we are missing the hover effect for our product gallery. So let's go back to the WordPress dashboard. Let's go down to the Croco block. Let's go to the Jet plugin settings. And underneath the Jet Woo Builder, let's go to the general settings and let's enable the thumbnail effect. If we just toggle this on, you will see that the thumbnail effect automatically goes to slide left. But the one that I'm using right here is more so like a fade. So let's choose the fade. You can do fade with zoom if you want, but again, it automatically updates so you don't have to save anything. So now we go back to our homepage, refresh. Now you see we get that fade effect that we were looking for. And that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much done. The home page is now complete. So far, what we went over was getting the header created with our announcement bar, as well as our menu with the mega menu content inside of it. Pretty dope. Then we also created the hero banner. We created the category section with this nice little hover effect right there. Then we did our product section with the grid. We did a call to action, and then we did a slider right here for the products. And then we have some little call outs for the shopping experience. And then we have a 2-column section to talk about one of our featured products. And of course, we already did our footer. So that's pretty much it for the homepage. Do you need more snacks? Go ahead and get you some more snacks. Go get you some more coffee because we still have quite a bit to talk about. Now it is time to go over the shop page because right now, as you see, when we click on the shop page, we go to this default WooCommerce one, which is not what we want. We are aiming to have a nice shop page that looks a lot more detailed. It has your filters, it's welcoming, and it lets you know what page you're on the website. Now it's time to be creating this page, so that's what we're gonna hop into next. Ready? All right, so now that we are about to start the shop page, so let's go take a look at the website we are recreating. So this is our shop page, and this is the page that we are now about to start building. So as you guys see, at the top we have the banner, so the page banner. Then as you scroll down, we have our product grid right here, showing a certain amount of products. Then we have the pagination to go to the next page of products. And as you see, we have our filters over here, and we have some other additional ways to filter out through the products right there as well. And that's pretty much it that's on our shop page. So where we're going to go to achieve this custom design is going to the Croco block, and this time we're going to click on the Jet Woo page builder. The Jet Woo page builder is going to allow us to create some nice, dynamic, custom product grids, and it's going to allow us to get really flexible in terms of the creativity, in terms of, building out the shop page. Now, the Jet Woo builder, you can do the single page product template, which we are going to do as well. You can edit, of course, your related products. You can do the, as they say, the catalog page, but we're going to the shop page. You can even do some listing stuff and all that. Again, this is not a Croco block tutorial, so I'm not going to go over each one of these in this tutorial, but I will show you guys how we're going to be using the Croco block tool to build out our shop page that we have right here, which is simple yet very effective. So let's hop right into it. So again, we're on the Croco block Jet Woo builder, and this time we're going to create a new template because right now, if we go to the shop page that we have right here, you will see that we have the default Elementor or Hello Elementor theme. We have that default product or shop look on our shop page. We want to override that and get something better. So what I'm going to do is create a new template. The template will be for the shop page, and I'm going to use, let's just put all products, all products shop page template. Let's just go with that. You can choose a default one right here, but we're going to build ours from scratch. So I'm going to go ahead and click on create new template. Now, if you do choose one of the already made templates, you can still edit it. It's honestly no problem. If you choose one, you can just swap it out for however you want. You can still make the full edits to it, delete what you don't want. However, I'm going to show you guys how I built it from scratch. So now that we have Elementor open, I'm going to go to the page settings, and similar to what we did with the home page, I want to delete this page title. So I'm going to go ahead and hide that. And now you see we have this blank canvas, and that's exactly what we want. Now let's start to build out our page. So if we look at what we have here, we have a page banner where we just have the text, a description of the page, and then we have a nice image in the background. So let's go ahead and add that. Let's add a new container. It'll go in a direction of column because we have text that will sit on top of each other. Let's go ahead and add our main thing. So let's go to add a heading, and let's add a text editor widget. Then we're going to go to our main container once more now that we can see our stuff in there, and we're going to justify the content to the center, and we will align everything to the center as well. Now let's go back to the container and let's go into the style tab, and for the background, we're going to choose one of our images. Let's just use this image of our categories, our tinctures category, and let's go for center. Let's go for the attachment of fixed, and let's do no repeat, and let's do, oh, not contain, let's do cover. Now, the thing is, we can't really read the text. So what we do also want to do is go to the background overlay, and I'm going to choose the overlay of the color black. And honestly, we can keep it right there for now. Or we can actually make it a little bit more darker if we want. Let's just do 60 or 0.6. Now let's update the text. All right, so now that I have the text updated, that's pretty much good to go. Now the next thing to do is to go back here and let's see. Next thing we have to do is now the shop area. So we have a 2 container section. So we have a smaller section or container on the left side with the filters, and then we have our main section right here that's holding the products and other stuff. So let's do a 2. Let's go for this structure right here. It's still a 2 container, but we have some space for the filters and the space over here. I'm going to go to the main container. I'm going to go to advanced. I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing this entire time and giving this some padding at the top and some padding at the left and the right. That way, when we do start adding stuff in here, there's some space between this section and this section. So since we don't have our filters already created, we're going to leave this side blank, and we're going to first start working on the right side. So on this right container, we need to make sure that it is going in the direction of column because we need everything to sit on top of each other. Now inside of this container, I am going to add another container, and this container right here is going to go in the direction of row because we need the sorting widget, and then we also need the count widget. So we have the products ordering, and we also need the count. So let's just type in count and product result count. That's the second widget we need. Just gonna put it right there. Now by default, they're extremely close, and so I'm gonna go to the main container that both of them is sitting in, and I'm just going to choose the space between, and that pretty much takes care of that. What I will do is also go to the advanced and remove some of the padding because I need this to be flush to the container. Now I'm going to also go into the container, and I'm gonna make sure that everything is also aligned in the center so everything is aligned with each other. Now I'm going to go to this one, and I'm just going to choose our primary color. And for this, I'm also going to choose our primary color. And that's pretty much it. Then right underneath that, let's go back. We also have a heading widget, and then we have some filters here. So the next thing we need is a heading. Let's pull out the navigator. All right, so we need this to be in this container underneath. Oh, all right, we need it to be right here outside. You guys, this is super important to name your containers as well. That way you don't have a bunch of stuff like this. Like we have the page banner already titled, but here you guys see we just have this container that's holding this container. So let's just go ahead and title this filters so I can quickly see where I need to be. And this is the products container. Okay, so inside the products container, we have this first container with the sorting stuff. Then we have a heading. The heading will just say shop. We will go to the style tab, choose our primary color, and choose our font. Okay, now underneath the text shop, we're gonna have some filters. We're gonna come back to that. But for the product grid, we're gonna do the same thing we did earlier. So we're going to grab a product grid and we're gonna drop it right there. Now by default, you will see that it comes in again with the default color from the theme, which we don't want. So let's go ahead and edit this up. So first and foremost, I'm going to click on the product grid, make sure I'm in there. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove that short description. Now, similar to how we did create this one on the shop page, we are going to keep the categories this time, which is perfectly fine. So we have the categories, we have our text, then we have the price, and then we have the button, and we have the reviews. So right now we see we have all of those, but the only thing we're missing is the reviews, and that's because right now the reviews is set to show, but the empty rating is set to hidden. We're going to change that to show. And now you see it pops up right there. Now the second thing I want to do is change the columns to 3. And that's already looking a lot better. Now quickly before I style this one up, I do just want to let you know, if you guys do not like constantly having to set each one of these up, you honestly do not have to. For the purposes of this tutorial, I did create a style for this card, a style for this card, and a style for this card using the same product grid button simply, or the product grid widget, simply because I wanted to show you guys the flexibility that you can have when it comes to building out your e-commerce shop. You don't have to stick with this same look throughout the website if you do not wish to do so. Now, is it better to stick with the same product grid? Probably yes. And then on top of that, it does save you a lot of more time in the building phase. Because as you see, we had to create the product grid here. We also had to create the different style here. And then we would have to, as we're doing right now, creating a different style for this one. So if you don't want that, and let's just say you like the card that I have right here, you can literally just make this on the back end of Jet using the listing and components, which I'll show you guys in another video. But you can make it one time, and then every time you pop in the product grid widget, the style would already be there. I'm going to show you guys how to do that in another video, but for the purposes of this tutorial, I want to show you guys how flexible you can get with the design. So again, we're going to go back to this product grid, and the first thing we're going to do now is go over to the style tab. For the container, we're going to keep this the same for now because I want to add the color so we can see a little bit more. So what we're going to do now is go to the grid item. Remember, the grid item will be each individual card. So now we're messing with the entire card. So the first thing I want to do is give it a background color. We're going to go with our primary color, but what we're going to do is turn the transparency all the way down to about, let's go with about right there. Okay, super light, but you can clearly see it. Then I'm going to go down here to the border radius. I'm going to give it a border radius of 10. And as you see, it rounded all of the corners. And I am going to give a little bit of padding because as you see, the last widget that's inside of this card is flush to the bottom, which I do not like. So for the padding, I'm just going to unlink it and only give padding to the bottom, which let's go for 10. I think that's perfect. Now we're going to scroll down. We're going to skip the thumbnail because we don't have anything to do with the image. But for the text, for the title, we're going to go to change this to RAM. Let's do 1.3 or 1.2, 1.3. I think it's perfect. And then for the color of the text, we're going to use our primary color. And that's pretty much it. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to now go to the categories, because these right here is our categories. So let's go to categories. Let's scroll down a bit. The text is okay. We'll keep that. But for the color, let's change it to the accent color. And let's actually give it a background color of green, full green. And then we'll go down a little bit more like that. Now let's close that and let's go back to the price. For the price, I want to make the typography a little bit bigger, not too much. Let's do 1.1. That's perfect. And what I will do is I'm going to move it up just a little bit more. Let's go for -10 margin because I want it to be a bit more closer to the text. And now that I'm looking at it, let's go back to the main title. And let's just give it some margin at the top of about 5. Nope, let's do 10. And then at the bottom, let's do 12. Then next, let's close the title. Now we have the button. So for the buttons, I want the background to be our green color, the text color to be the white color. And that's pretty much it. Now, of course, you can do a lot more of styling options. You can really get crazy and funky. Like if you want to do circular buttons, which I actually am going to do, you can go ahead and do that. You can adjust everything you want to. And also next to each one of these, so if I just close out button, you will see that right here, we just did the entire grid item, which gave the whole entire item a color at the back. We did the title, we did the button, we did the price, we did the categories. If you were to open any of these, let's open up the category. At the bottom, they all have this thing called order. So depending on what order you put things in, you can change where they sit on this card. So let's do 1 again. You see it's right here. If we do 3, and let's say for the button, we chose this to be on 2, you see what I mean? You can change the direction or the order, for each one of these single items. So let's just go ahead and put all of that back to where it was. And there we go. Now we're going to open up the ratings, and what I want to do, the size is pretty much okay, but for the color, I do want to bring it out just a bit more. So we're going to use our color, but we're going to lighten it up about right there. And that's perfect. Now, when it's actually rated, as in somebody drops an actual review, we can fill it in with our color, but I would just suggest you stick with the typical color for ratings. So let's go with something like that. And of course, empty, it'll just stay like that. And that's pretty much it. That's all I did for the card. Now, looking at this, it is something else that I want to do. Now, I do notice that in between here, I got a bit of some space. So I'm just going to unlink all of these. Then you'll notice that although the products kind of stick together now. So let's do 8 on the right and the left. Perfect. And for the top and the bottom, let's go for 10. That should put us enough space in between them. Yep, perfect. Let's close this. And we're good to go. So I'm just going to go ahead and publish this. And now let's check it out on the front end. So this is the old shop page that we had. Let's refresh. And as you see, the same thing still appears. And that's because we forgot one step. So let's go to the dashboard. Let's right click, open the dashboard. So when you are creating your templates inside of the CrocoBlock JetWoo Builder, you then have to connect the templates that you create in JetWoo Builder to the WooCommerce. So let's go to WooCommerce and then settings. Then at the top, you see you have this JetWoo Builder tab. This is going to be the tab we're going to connect all of the templates we're going to be making over the next course of this video. And we're going to make sure we do connect them here. So right off the bat, you see shop page right here, and it says custom shop page. You want to enable that. And for the shop template, you want to choose the template you just created, which we just created all products shop page template. Now we're going to go all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to save changes. So now that we've saved the changes, now let's go back to the website, and now let's refresh. And now you see our shop page right here. But here's the thing. Now it's not full width. And that's because we now have to change this page to be set to full width. So let's go back. This is the page. In the editor, you see it looks just fine. So you would think that once you publish it, it'll also look fine. But no, you have to go up to the page settings. And for the template layout, you want to choose Elementor full width. Once you do that, just hit publish. Then go back, refresh. And there we go. So now you see we have our shop page created already with our products. So if we, of course, had more products, that would all be showing right here, but we only have 4, but that's totally fine. You get the gist of what we're trying to do. Now the last thing to do for our shop page is add in our filters, because we want to be able to filter out through the products, especially after we get past 10 products. So now let's start off with what we have on the finished product. So you see we have the search filter and the category filter. We're going to filter by product size and also the herb type. So first, let's start off with this one right here, which is the search. So let's go back to the dashboard. Now that we're adding the filters to the shop page, we need to scroll down to where we see smart filters and click add new filter. Now remember earlier we did install the Jet plugin of smart filters in Jet Engine. This is where we'll be putting it to use. So first and foremost, we need to give the filter a name. We'll just call it search filter in parentheses shop page. Then next we're going to choose a filter type. Now as you see, there's quite a bit of filter types that CrocoBlock or the Jet Smart filters come with. And in this tutorial, we will talk about a few more of these. But for this one, we're going to choose the search. And we are going to search by the default WordPress search, because we didn't make any queries, and it's not necessarily a necessity for the shop page. All we have to do is do the default WordPress search and it'll work just fine. I'm going to choose this one. And then for the placeholder text, this is just going to be the text that sits right in the field. So for me, I'm going to put search a product. So let's do search a product. We're going to leave this toggled off. And for the filter label, you can put this, but I'm not going to even show my label. And I really don't want it to show up if it's active either. So we're just going to keep these 2 blank. But I'm going to show you what these look like for another filter. So for now, that was pretty much it. This was one of the easiest filters you can do. Let's go ahead and update that. And then let's go back to our shop page and let's refresh. All right, so after this refresh, I'm going to scroll down, and again, we're going to be putting our filters in this left side container. If we take a look at what we already have, you see that each filter type that we have sits into its own container so that we can have a bit more separation, and it just makes the page look a lot better. So we're going to do that same thing. So we're going to make sure that we add a container. And this container will have the color of our primary color, but we will bring the opacity down to about right up in there, which is perfect. And the next thing we have is a heading. The heading just says search products. In the style tab, we're going to bring this down to, let's just say 1.5 or 1.3 is perfect. In the heading, I'm also going to give it our primary color. And the next thing we need is a divider. So I'm going to drop a divider inside of this container. I'm going to make sure it's about, let's do 8 in width because we don't want it too long. In the style tab, I'm going to also make it our primary color. And for the width, I'm going to do 2 pixels. And for the gap, I'm just going to remove all the gap like so. Then we need to put our filter. So now what we need to do is just search filter in the widgets tab, and the same filters that we see right here in the Jet Smart filters when you're creating a new one, you see those same set of filters right here for the widgets tab. So we just did a search filter. So that means the search filter is the one we're looking for. So let's scroll down. And this is the filter we're looking for. Drop it in there. I did drop mine underneath, so I'm going to open up the navigator and move it down like so. So in the search filter, you now have to select the type of filter. So I'm going to search for the one I just created, which I created it and I titled it search filter, and that's the one I'm going to choose. And as you see, it pops up right there. All right, so now that I have the filter in there, now I need to choose what this filter is for. So over on the right, we have a product grid. So for this filter, we need to choose the JetWoo Page Builder product grid. And now that's going to make sure that anything we search here will be making the adjustments, or it's going to be searching for stuff over here. The apply type is going to be determined by how you want the search filter to operate. So right now it has this apply filter button. So this means that if you want, let's say you type in calm and clarity T, or you just type in T, and you have to press apply filter in order for the things over here to start figuring out which one is the calm and clarity T. If you look at the one that we're referencing, you see I chose to hide the apply button because I'm going to go by Ajax instead. Ajax just means that once you start to put in your search or whatever filter it is you're going to be using, it's just going to automatically start loading the stuff or finding the stuff over here. It's not going to wait for you to command it. It's just going to do it the moment you start typing stuff in, which is what we see most of the time on most filters. So I'm going to keep it at Ajax. But if you do Ajax on typing, this means that it'll do it as you're typing, and maybe you can set it to like after 3 letters, 3 characters or something like that, then it'll just start reloading for you. You also have page reload, meaning that once you do it, you will, or the page will completely reload, and then it'll give you your results. And then you have a mix, but for simplicity, just keep it on Ajax. For the search button filter, I'm going to actually remove that. And actually, I didn't even have to remove that because actually I'm going to choose hide apply button because I don't want the apply button. And that's pretty much it. Now for the container that the search filter sits in, if I just close this, you'll see that we don't have much room. And it seems like our search filter, including the divider and the heading, is kind of squished in this box, but we don't want that. So let's open it back up and let's give this container some space. Let's go to the advanced tab, and for the padding, let's do 20 pixels of padding all the way around, and that's already starting to look good. Let's go back to the layout because the gap in between each one of these elements is a bit much. I'm just going to go for about 10, and that's perfect with me. Now I'm going to go to the style tab, and for the border, I'm going to give it a solid border of 1, or let's see, maybe 2. And the color, I will choose our primary color. Perfect. Now what I want to do is round it off, so I will go to the border radius, and let's go for 10. That's perfect right there. Actually, I'm going to go back down to 1 for the border. Yeah, this is perfect. Now it is still a bit squished for me. So what I want to do for proximity purposes is I want search products in the divider to be a bit more closer than the actual search widget or search filter. So I'm going to go back to the search widget. I'm going to unlink the padding, and for the padding, I'm going to give it 10 pixels of padding at the top just to give it a little bit more breathing room. And let's go and check to see if everything looks similar. So search products. Yep, looks pretty similar to me. So let's go back here. The only thing is I think this was a little bit lighter. And our text should be our text that we want to use. Playfair. And there we go. Perfect. Now we have our first filter done. So let's go ahead and publish this. And let's check it out and see how it is on the front end. So this is what we had before. Let's refresh. And as you see, now we have our filter right here. And if we were to search in T, press enter. Now you see that everything that includes a T is popping up. If we remove this and just say kit, enter, you'll see that only the kit shows. So right out of the box, you guys, the filters automatically work for you. There's nothing else you have to do but continue to add more filters. So let's go ahead and add the rest of them. And what we're going to do is now duplicate this one because we want to keep that same style, but we're just going to swap the stuff out. So we can remove the filter, and then for the text, we'll adjust the text. So our second filter is product category. So for the text, we're going to say product category. Now for this filter, we will be using the checkbox filter because if we look at our site, you see right here, as we click on a new filter type, it's putting a check there. So that lets us know that this is a checkbox filter. So let's go back to the dashboard. Underneath smart filters, we're going to click add new. And for this one, we're going to name it the checkbox filter. I'm gonna put a dash for this one because remind you, if I go here, we also have another checkbox filter right here. And then also I told you guys that this is also a checkbox filter, but I just made it look like tabs. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make another checkbox filter later on. So for the purposes of this first one, we're going to put a dash. We're going to say category. And then we're going to do our parentheses, and then we're going to say shop page. So for the filter type, this time I'm going to choose the checkbox filter. And then for the data source, I'm going to choose taxonomy. The reason I'm choosing taxonomy is because if we go back up to the products, this is a custom post type, and everything underneath that is considered to be taxonomies. If you guys want a more in-depth video, just comment that down below, or feel free to check out the CrocoBlock YouTube page. You have an amazing YouTuber over there, Toby Salami, who broke this down extremely well. But since I already know that this is going to be a taxonomy, that's the reason how I know that the data source needs to come from taxonomy. Now for the taxonomy, we're going to choose the specific taxonomy. We won't choose this main category because remember earlier we was on another part of the website that also had a basic categories. Was it the menu? I think, yeah, it was in the menu. We don't want this basic categories because that's not the categories we were working with. Categories we're working with is going to be called product categories, which is right here. So we're going to choose product categories. We're going to do the term order by name. That's perfectly fine, but you can do it by slug ID. Depending on what you're trying to create with the checkbox filter, you can feel free to do that, but we're going to go by name. The term order can stay on ascending, but you can always do descending. Now, the relational operator just stands. Now, you have two things underneath this relational operator. You have union and you have intersection. Union will be, if you just think about what the word union means, it means together, it means all. An intersection will be separate ones, so either this or this. For the relational operator, we're going to stick with union because I want to show every category of the products when people are filtering through the product category. For this show empty terms, we're going to keep that off because if it's empty, we actually don't want it to show up in our filters because it's no point. We're going to keep this one right here and this one right here turned off because we don't have any parent to children relationships. And right here where it says include and exclude, you can easily include and exclude different categories as you wish. So if you want to only include, let's say, the herbal teas and the tinctures to be a part of this, you can. And you can even exclude some as well. You can even exclude, maybe you want to exclude the bundles, you can do that as well. For me, I'm not going to do that. So I'm not going to exclude or exclude none because I want all of my product categories to show. And for the custom query, we're going to keep that blank. And we're going to also keep this default filter value blank as well. For the filter label and the active filter label, we're going to keep these blank. But I do want to show you guys what it'll end up looking like if you just so happen to have it. So let's go for our previous one. For instance, as you guys see, we have herbal powders as the filter, and we also have the herbal tea blend. So right here, they're letting you know that the active filters that you have right now is the herbal powders and herbal tea blends. That way you can be you can understand what all you have that you're filtering through. You can even exit it off if you want to, if you don't want to show all of that. But as you see, it's going to automatically tell you what you're filtering by. If you were to give this a active filter label, you will then see whatever you type right here. You will also see it right here as well. Then I'm going to go ahead and publish my shop page just so I can refresh it and add the new filter. Okay, so now that the page is refreshed, we're going to come right back to this container right here and we're going to add another filter. So this time we're going to type in filter, and as you see, we need this checkbox filter because this is the one we just created. We're going to pop it right into there. Pull out the navigator because it never falls where it's supposed to. Let's open up this container and put it right. Oh my gosh, this is going everywhere. Okay, there we go. We got it. So now we're going to click on the filter and we're going to search for our filter. So let's just type in check, and there go our checkbox filter category. And there you go. Now we have the filters with the categories. Now the same thing we're going to do. We're going to choose the Jet Engine or the Jet Woo page, but wait. So the same thing, we're going to say that this filter is for the Jet Woo Builders product grid to go with this over here. We're going to keep it on Ajax. We're going to keep it on value change, saying that as we change these, I need you to go ahead and reload these on the value change, which is perfectly fine. Now for the styles, I'm going to go over to the item, or not the item, the checkbox. And for the checkbox, I'm going to change the background color to this off-white color. And that's pretty much it. Now you do have a ton of different styling options, so feel free to let your imagination run right out. But for me, we're just going to keep it simple. And there we go with that. We're going to publish. And I'm pretty sure you get the gist of constantly checking out our website to see if the changes are being made. And they are. So instead of going back right now to check that, we know it's going to be working. So let's just go ahead and start on our second filter or our third filter. Let's go ahead and remove this checkbox. And the next one is going to be the product size. So for the title, we're going to change this to product size. We're going to keep that divider. We're going to go ahead and just publish this. And now we need to create our third filter. So let's go back to the filters or the dashboard. We're going to choose to add new filter. For the filter name, we're going to do another checkbox filter. Dash, because this is going to be for the product size. Then we're going to put our parentheses for the shop page. We're going to choose the checkbox list again. The data source is still going to be taxonomy. Taxonomy type this time, remember earlier when we created the attribute for product size? So let's just scroll up. Remember when we created the attributes? Let's just open this really quickly. We'll come back here. You remember when we created these attributes? These are still considered the taxonomy. So that's the one we want to use for this new filter. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to have to retype all my stuff. Put my title back there, choose my filter type. Again, it's going to be a taxonomy, and then this time we're going to choose our product size. We're going to keep the same settings as last time, and that's pretty much it. Again, you can do them labels, but we're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and update. Now we're going to go back to the shop page, and we're going to refresh it. We're going to scroll down. We're going to type in the filter widget. We're going to drop in the checkbox widget once more. Again, let's put this inside of the container. And this time we're going to choose our filter. This time I'm going to type in size. And it should be the one for the product size. Same thing, product grid. Keep these pretty much the same. Go into the style tab for the checkbox. I want the background color to be our off-white color. And that's pretty much it. And I'm going to go ahead and publish. Now let's duplicate this one more time. And now we're going to put in the visual filter. So we go back to here. We see after we have the product size, we scroll down. Now we have a visual filter with this image right here. So how do we create that? So we're going to go ahead and duplicate this one. We're going to say the title for this type of filter will be the herb type. And we're going to go ahead and publish. And we're going to go back to the filters one more time. So as you guys see, for the all filters, we have already created a search filter for the shop page, the checkbox filter for the category, and then we also did the checkbox filter for the product size. So now let's make another one, and this one will be the visual filter. So let's do visual filter dash, not a dash, in parentheses, shop page. Visual filter for the shop page. For the filter type, we're going to use the visual. This visual filter just allows you to use imagery for the filter type, which is exactly what we're trying to do. We're going to scroll down for the data source. Again, we're going to choose taxonomy because everything within this product tab right here in the attributes or anything right here is considered your taxonomy. So we're going to choose the data source to be taxonomies, and instead of categories, we're going to choose the product image. Because remember earlier we made a filter for the image, or attribute, an attribute is what we made for the images. This is now where we're going to pull that in. So the taxonomy is going to be the product image. Now for the type, we want to choose what type of visual we want to see. They have color and they have image. Obviously, we're going to be using the image. For the behavior, we're going to choose radio. Now, as you see, we have an option list right here. So what we're going to do is add new, and you will see this window right here pop up. So we go back to our filter. The word root is going to be your label and also your value. And then you will have a slot to put your image. So let's start with our label. Let's say roots. The value will be roots because remember earlier we made the taxonomy or the attribute for image, and then we gave the values to be roots, herb, and flower. Those were our different variations. Remember that. If you don't remember, be sure to go back and watch that portion of the tutorial, and this part will make sense. But we're going to go ahead and label it roots. So we're going to choose the value of roots. And then for the image, we're going to choose our root image. And there we go. Now we're going to add another one. In this one, we're going to choose herbs. The value will be herbs. And we're going to choose our image. And we're going to do the same thing for the last one. And now that we have all of our visuals right here with the image and the label, we can now scroll down. You have some other options here, but I didn't use any of these options in the one that we just created. So I'm going to go ahead and update. Now I'm going to go back to the shop page, and what I'm going to do is go ahead and refresh because we now have to add in that new filter we just created. Now let's scroll down. Let's type in the filter. This time we're going to look for the visuals filter, which is right here. I'll pop that in there, open up the navigator, move it underneath the divider. And now for the filter, we're going to choose, let's text visual. There goes the visual filter right there. Same process for the product grid. Let's close that. Oops. We're going to keep Ajax and value change, and that's pretty much it. Now, it's not popping up because we have not set any of these for products to have this attribute. So let's go ahead and publish. And then let's go ahead back to the dashboard so I can show you how this will work. Now, remember we added the attributes earlier underneath the products attributes tab. And remember, we created this image attribute. And for that image attribute, we said we want flowers, herbs, and roots because we want to use this for the visual filters. So now let's go back to the products and let's assign that filter or that attribute to some of these products. So for the common clarity product, let's go down for the attribute. We want to add another attribute. Right now, it only has the size attribute. So now let's open this for add existing and let's choose an image. Because remember, the image is the one that's for our visual filter. The image is the one that has roots, herbs, and I'll just show you by clicking right here for select values. As you see, there go our filters that we're now using right now. So these are the attribute variations that we created under the attributes tab. And now we're using these same values for the filter. So now I want to just say that this common clarity T will be under our herbs image filter. Let's go ahead and save the attribute. Let's go back to our products. Let's say that the detox and cleanse tincture, go to attribute. As you see for this one, I already chose a features, which we're going to get into next, but I'm going to also give this the image attribute. And this time I'm going to select this one to be underneath the roots. Save attribute. Update the product. Now let's do the same thing for the ashwagandha root powder. Now let's do the same thing for the ashwagandha root powder. Let's go down to attributes, add existing, choose the image attribute, and choose the value. Let's go with flowers for this one. There we go. So now let's check out the website. So let's go visit the store, refresh. Now you see we have, now you see on our new shop page, we have all of our filters. Well, not all, we're still missing a few, but as you see, we now have the filters right here. We already checked the search. This time, let's check the herbal powders. All right. Uncheck that. Check the herbal teas. All right. Now let's check the 16 ounce. All right. And let's check the 4 ounce. All right. Everything works perfectly for those. And if we choose the root, you see that the detox and cleans pop up. We do the herbs. This one pops up. So that just shows you that it's working fine, but we do need some extra edits going on. So the active color for the checkbox filters needs to be dark green, and we need to get rid of this circle that's only showing around the icon. We need to change the color. We need to make the icons bigger. So let's go back inside our editing page and edit those up. So the first thing I'm going to do is go back to this one. I'm going to go to the style. For the checkbox, when it's actually checked, I want the background to be our color, like so, which is perfect. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Go back to the style. For the checkbox, when it's checked, I want the background color to be our green. Perfect. Now for this, let's just refresh it. So let's publish and refresh so we can actually see the items. Let's scroll down. Now we can see our item. So now let's click on the visual filter. Let's choose the style. And for the color or image, but in our case, we're using the image, I'm going to change the size of the image to be 50 because I want them to be a bit bigger. When it's actually checked, I actually want it to have no border actually, but instead I do want it to have a filter. So how can we do that exactly? So right now you see that we have this little green color when it's checked. So underneath the image for the checked version, for the border color, you don't see it right away. Like you don't see green. You would think that it don't have a color at all, but it actually does. When you can actually see that it has a color, that just means you need to click inside of it and turn the transparency down, or you can change the color altogether. Now you see it's gone, which is exactly what we want. But we still wanted to actually show something to give us an indication that it's being hovered over or it's being clicked. Similar to what we have here, when it hovers, we can see it, and when we click it, it's actually going to be green. So let's see how we do that. Let's go back to the item. For the hover, the background color, we're going to choose it to be green. We're going to give it a little less transparency, which is, this is a lot better. And also for the padding, we're going to give about 10 at the bottom, so it's a little bit more space, and 10 at the top. Perfect. We are going to give it a bit of border radius. Let's go about 10, which is perfect. For the normal, what I'm going to do is give it a solid border color of our primary color. Turn it down just a bit. It don't have to be that big, that noticeable. And for the border radius, I'm actually going to do about 5. And on hover, we're going to keep it on 5 as well, which is perfect. When it's actually checked, we're actually going to not change it to a specific color, or which that is perfect. And now we're going to go ahead and publish it. So now let's recheck our page. Let's hit refresh. And now you see we have, when it's checked, it's a full color, exactly what we want. And now we actually have these right here. Now this is kind of full width. I don't necessarily like that. So let's shrink down the width of this overall piece right here. Let's go back to the editing. We're going to make sure we're on the widget. On the widget, we're going to go to the advanced tab, and for the width, we're going to give it a custom width of 70, which that's perfect. And we're going to go ahead and publish that. So now the last thing to do on our shop page is to make these filters right here. So how are we going to make these filters that look similar to a tab feature or a tab widget? Let me show you how. We're going to create another filter. This time it's going to be a radio filter. So I'm going to title it radio filter and just put shop page And actually, I do want to know what I'm using this one for. So I'm going to say features. So this is going to be a radio filter for the product features on the shop page. So for the filter type, which one are we going to choose? Radio filter. Scroll down. Again, the data source will be the taxonomy, and the taxonomy type will indeed be the product features attribute we created earlier. And that is pretty much it. Let's go ahead and update. Let's go back to the editor. Let's refresh this page. And right underneath where we have the text shop, which I actually want to make this a bit bigger. 1 second. Let's do 2.5. Perfect. So right underneath here, we're going to put another filter. So let's go to the widgets. Let's search for filter. This time we're going to choose the radio filter and we're going to pop it in right there. This time we're going to type in radio because we titled it radio. We're going to make sure it is going to be for the product grid, which is right here, just like the rest of everything else. And there you go. We now have the radio filter showing up. Again, we only see one of the options when we set 3 options. If we go to here, we set best sellers, limited edition, and newest edition. So the only reason why we're seeing one is similar to the only reason why we didn't see any of these before. We have not set any of these products to have one of these product features, except the tinctures that is obviously on the best sellers. So firstly, let's style this up and then we can go back and edit the products with the features for the tab filters up here. So how we're going to style this is go to the style tab. Underneath the item, we're going to turn this off where it says show radio. And now you see that little dot is gone. So now we see that we only have the text, but we want it to look more so like a button. So now we're going to go into the item tab. And for the item, we already removed the radio button. So for the normal state, the color, we want the text color to be our primary color. And we want the background color to stay blank. But we do want to make this have a bit more space because again, we're going to make this look like a button. So the first thing I'm going to do so you can kind of see what we're going to be working with, I'm going to give it a solid border of 1. I'm going to give the border the color of our green. And I'm going to give it border radius of about 5. And for the padding, I'm going to do 5, 5, let's do 10 and 10 for now. Now you kind of see, if I close this, you see we got some stuff going on right here. So it's only showing 1, that's why it's stretched all the way out to the end. Don't worry about that. So on the hover state, we're going to say we want the entire background to be green and the text to be white, like that. And we're going to do the same thing for the check. So when it's actually checked, we want the primary color to still be that green and the text color be white. For now, we're just going to keep it at that. We're going to publish this. And we're going to go ahead and add some more of the product features filters to these. And now we're going to go ahead and add some of these features to the products. That way all of our features can show up right here. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard, go to all products. And again, I'm just going to go through each one of the products and I'm going to make sure that I add a features attribute per product. So on the calm and clarity, I'm going to go back to attributes. For the attribute, this time I'm going to choose the feature and I'm going to choose one of the features, whether it's best selling, limited edition, or the other one that we had. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And I'm going to do that for the rest of the products. Now that I've added the features to all of the products, I'm going to go back to the home page or the shop page and I'm going to refresh it. And now you see right here, we have our filters. Now if we were to choose best sellers, you see only the product with best sellers is there. If we choose limited edition, it'll only show us the product in the limited edition. And the same for the newest edition. But there's one problem, they're not sitting next to each other, they're sitting on top of each other, which is making a very ugly style, so let's fix that. Let's open up the editor. And right here, what we want to do for the items, for the filters position, we want to take it from column to line. And as you see, it automatically closes this up to look like a button. That way that more filters can sit next to it instead of on top of it. So now let's publish. And don't worry, we can't see it here because we haven't refreshed, but that's okay because we have the live site already up. So we're gonna go refresh here. And as you see, the filters now sit next to each other, which is exactly what we want. Now I will go for this one again, and underneath the item, I want to change the typography to be a bit bigger. Let's go with 1.2, and that's perfect for me. So let's go ahead and publish this. And now our shop page is complete. Here was our custom shop page that we created completely from scratch. You just learned how to create these different types of filters and how to implement them inside of your shop page. And you know how to make these different types of product cards right here. Now it's time to create the single product page. So we just check out our finished website, and let's just choose this product right here, the ashwagandha root powder product. If we open it, you see that it brings us to this nicely styled product page where you can read more about this particular product. We have our short description right here, our long description here. We even have a wish list button where we can add this product to our wish list. And then we have some real life reviews right here, as well as some related products. And as you see, I did create a different type of product card for this, just again to show you guys how different, just again to show you guys the different ways you can create those product cards for the product grids. But anyways, let's get back to the single product page template. Okay, so now that we're back on the dashboard, we're going to create another template. We're going to go to CrocoBlock, Page Builder once again. And this time we're going to be creating our single product page. So we're going to create a new template. This time it will be for something that's single. And then we are going to create the title for it, which will be the single product page. And what we're going to do is add the text template to the end so we always know this is the template. Now, right here by default, you guys see that they do give you some default options, which you can, you can use these and get started with them. They work perfectly fine, and you can always edit those up, but we're going to create ours from scratch, so I'm going to choose Create Template. So now that we have it open, remember what we did with the home page and the shop page. We're going to go back to the page title, and we're going to hide the title. We're going to go back to the page settings, and we're going to hide the title. And for the template layout, we're going to make sure we choose full width. We're just going to go ahead and publish that just so we can refresh, and it has all of our new settings. Okay, so now that we're all refreshed, let's go and see what we have. So we have on a single product page, basically we're going to have a 2-container section with the photos and the gallery and stuff like that on the left with some breadcrumbs, and then on the right we'll have all the product information. So let's go back and let's go ahead and add in a 2-container section. We're going to go to the main container, go to advanced. I'm going to give it some padding at the top, the bottom, the left, and the right. My basic 80-20. Okay, so for the gallery slider image, okay, so for this left-hand side, underneath the breadcrumbs, we do have this product slider or this gallery slider. And in order to use this, you need to install another jet engine plugin. So let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to the CrocoBlock, the update and installation. And this time we're going to install the product gallery. So let's scroll down, and as we see right here, the Jet product gallery, we're going to go ahead and install that. And since we're also going to be creating a single product page that's also going to have the reviews as well as the compare and wish list, I'm going to go ahead and install both of those as well. Now I'm just going to scroll back up to the top, and I'm going to activate and activate and activate. And there we go. Now I'm going to go to the Jet plugin settings. And I'm just going to make sure for the compare that the settings are all turned on. So as we see, the compare is turned off. So I'm pretty sure the wish list is also turned off. We're going to enable that so we can get the widgets. We're going to go to the widgets underneath the Jet compare and wish list and make sure all of these are on. They are. And now for this left side, we're going to come back over here and we're going to type in slider this time. And now you see we have this gallery slider. And this is the one we want to use right here. So for the source, we're going to choose the WooCommerce product. And as you see, the last product that we have was the Common Clarity. So that's actually going to pop up right here. We are going to enable the gallery, even though this was one of our bundle products and it doesn't necessarily have gallery images. Don't worry about that. You will see how it all works with another product. This is going to be the template that we're going to create, but this template that we're creating right now will showcase for every single product, which you'll see how that works in just a second. So we can enable zoom. That way, when people are hovering over the page, it does that zoom thing. You don't have to have this on if you're one of those people that hate it, but I'm going to go ahead and keep it on. For the image, I'm going to make sure that the image size is full so that it's not blurry and it's crispy. And you can even change the thumbnail size if you want. I think that's perfect. For the slider, you have some options. And for the gallery, you also have some options. This is going to be that little icon that's here. And you can also turn off all of these things if you don't want it, but most likely you don't even have a caption for your thumbnail images, so you don't have to worry about this too much. We don't have a video, so we don't have to worry about this tab. Now we're gonna go into the style if we want. Let's just say we wanted to give our gallery or our images a little bit of radius. Let's say if you wanted it to be a bit rounded like that, you can simply do that. I don't even think I had that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put 10 right there. And that's pretty much it. As you guys see, you have a ton of different options right here to style. So feel free to do all of that. Now, going back up here to our breadcrumbs, I do want to edit the style of this because for the normal color, I want it to be our brand color. And I also want it to be light, so I'm going to keep it like that. Like the font weight, I want it to be light. Now, for the hover state, I do want it to be our accent color. That way people know that they can always go back to these previous pages. And for the current one that they're actually actively on, I want that to be the accent color. And for the typography, I also want the weight to be a bit more bold, medium. And there we go. Now I'm also going to make sure I go into this left side container, and for the gaps, I'm going to change it to 10, or no, I do 15. That actually looks like where it was at first. Let's just do 10. Yep, 10 is perfect. All right. Now let's get into the right hand side. So let's go back here. You see we have the SKU, we have the category, we have the text. So let's go ahead and drop that stuff in. So if we click on the widgets, you will notice that right here underneath the first tab of widgets that we see is all the stuff for the JetWoo Builder, meaning that all of this stuff is going to be the things that you need to be using on the page you are creating. So for the first thing, we have the title. So we are looking for the single title. So let's just scroll down. Here is the single title. We also want the single meta. We also want the single price. Let's put that in the right spot. So for the meta, I do want to push that above the title. And I also want to edit the style up a bit. So I want the color to be our green. So I want the color to be our primary green and the link color to be the accent color. The category, I do actually want the typography of that to be a bit bold. And there we go. Okay, so far we have the categories, the title, and the price. So let's check out our reference. So we need the reviews. We also need the short description. We also need the variation, as well as the cart, add to cart button. And if we go underneath that, we have an icon list and an image. So let's stop right up in there. So let's go ahead and add in the short description. So to get the short description, you need the, what is it? The excerpt. So the single excerpt there. And we're going to need the ratings widget. Let's go back, pop that in right there. Then we're going to need the add to cart. So the single add to cart. And if you can tell one thing with all of the widgets in the Jet engine or the Jet Woo page builder editor, everything is going to pretty much start off with single. So we just click on the widgets, you'll see right here that pretty much everything that we're using is single this, single that, single tab, single title, single related product, single rating, and so on and so on. Just make sure that all of these start off with single. But after this right here, we're going to add in a container. And in this container, it's going to go horizontally in a row, and we're going to add an icon list. And then we're going to add a image inside of this container. Let's click on the navigator. Let's move the image over there. Now, this looks pretty crazy, but let's go ahead and style all of this up so we can see what we're working with. Okay, so now that I have actually styled it up, now you can see my short description right there. So of course, this was just a single excerpt. All I did was the color is now our primary color. And of course, I went into the background and gave it a background color as well as some border radius. And that's pretty much, if we just close this out, it's pretty much what you see right here. Then we have our price, and then I have changed the colors and added some spacing in between the add to cart widget. And then I also have the icon list right here, just showing some quick bullet points per product. Or this actually is a template, so it's actually going to show up for all the products. So that's why I made them very generic. And then we just have this image right here so that people can understand that, you know, it's a safe checkout. So that's pretty much all we're going to have right there. Now let's work on the other half, which is going to be the add to the wish list button. And then we're also going to add our product description right there. So let's open up the editor once more, and right underneath this underline, which all this is a divider. So we're just going to search in the wish list, and it's going to be this first one right here. So we're going to put in this button, right? This is so difficult sometimes, y'all. We're just going to put it right there. Open up the navigator and move it down underneath the bottom. So now it sits right there, which is exactly what we want. I'm going to now go to the advanced tab, because if I close this out, you'll see that it's too close to that button. I don't really like that. So I'm going to give it some top margin. Let's do 10. And then I'm going to go back to the style, or no, the advanced. I'm going to align it to the left. Now I'm going to go ahead and style this up. There is that, so I'm just going to go to this divider, and I'm going to duplicate the divider, go to the structure, and I'm going to bring the divider down, or bring the wish list button. Let's go in between. There we go. And now you see we just have a heading widget that says product information, and then we have our long description right here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop in a heading widget. And I'm going to drop in the single content right here. And I'm going to swap the order of these things so everything sits right. And there we go. So Right here for the heading, it's just going to say products information with the colon. I'm gonna go to the style. I'm gonna change it to the primary color, and then the size will be the rim, a rim of 1. And then all I'm gonna do is go to the content, and I'm just gonna give it a bit of padding, about 5, just so we can have a little bit of breathing room right there. And then at the top of the heading, I'm also going to do the same padding of 10, just to get it away from this line right here a bit more. All right, so now that we have pretty much everything on this right side, let's go ahead and publish this. And let's actually check it out on the live website right now. But first, remember, we always have to go back to the dashboard, and we have to go to the WooCommerce settings to set this JetWoo template to the actual pages that we just created. So we're gonna go to the WooCommerce settings. We're gonna go to JetWoo page builder. And then underneath where we see single product, we're going to enable custom single product page. And for this, we're going to choose the template that we just created. And we're going to go ahead and save the changes. Now, if we go back to check the shop page, let's just refresh it. Now, after the refresh, we're going to actually click on the Calm and Clarity product. Okay, so here is our product page, and as we see, we're missing our title, so we're gonna go back and fix that. But we are also seeing multiple spots of the attributes. So the image and the features is only supposed to be something that shows up on our shop page, not our single product page. So we can just edit this simply. I'm gonna show you guys how to fix that. But as you see, we pretty much have the first part of our product page complete. So to fix this piece, let's go back to the products. Let's go to our product. And we saw that underneath the Calm and Clarity. So let's go here first. And the fix is super, super simple. So if we just scroll underneath where the product data is and we click on the attribute, underneath where it has image, we are going to untick where it says used for variations because we do not want it to show right there. So we're going to go ahead and save the attribute. And just to make sure, we're going to go ahead and save the attribute once more. And we're going to refresh the page to see if it's gone. So let's refresh. And now as you see, image is gone. So that was exactly the fix. So let's go back and remove features from view on the variations. So we're still underneath the attribute. And now we're going to do the same thing with the features. We're going to untick where it says use for variations and save the attribute. And now we're going to make sure we go ahead and do the same with all of the rest of the products. Okay, so now we've removed the attributes of features and image because we did not want that to show up for the variations. So now you see for the tab, for the size, now we can choose one of our options and there we go. So now we see this default blue, which we don't like. So now we know inside of the add to cart button or the add to cart widget, we just need to change the typography color and the price color for the variation. So let's just go and change that. So back over here underneath the add to cart, we're gonna go to the style and we're gonna choose the variation. And we're gonna make sure that all of the colors here are right. All right, they look pretty good here. Let's do the variation description. And there we go. We do not want the text color to be blue. We want it to be the green color. And also for the variation reset, I'm going to also change it to our green color. And I think that will fix it. So let's go back and publish and refresh the page. Underneath here, we choose our 4 ounce and there go our price, which works perfect. And now we have everything underneath here. Now it's time to, if we go check out our reference, now it's time to do the review section right here. Super easy. Let me show you how to do it. So for the other section, we're just going to add a new section. We're going to give it our padding at the top and the bottom. We're going to go ahead and put in the heading widget. We're just going to call this real life feedback. I'm going to give it our primary color. We have a divider here. Let's remove some of the gap. And underneath here, what we need is the listing, and it's called the reviews listing. So we're going to just drop that right underneath the divider. We want the reviews to come from the user, and we want it to be stars. It doesn't need to be in a slider. We need the rating input type to be stars. And we want the review rating type to stay on average. Now, before we do anything else here, we need to go in on a back end and create a review type. That way, when people are writing reviews here, we can actually make sure they show up, and they also show up here in this ratings widget right here. So let's scroll back down. All right, and in the button, because this is a button, we're going to choose the label color to be the accent color. You can even change the icon color, so you can choose it to be that or the accent color to match the text. And there we go. Let's go ahead and publish this and set up the settings on the back end. All right, so back on the WordPress dashboard, we're just going to scroll down until we see right here, Jet Reviews. And where we're going to go to is the review types. Now here we're going to actually create a review type because we want to make sure that we are able to connect the review listings to, let's just say, right here where they will leave a review. We want to make sure that this actually matches up here, and we want to make sure that this stuff is actually syncing to the products overall. So to do that, the first thing we need to do is go to create a review type. So we're going to add a new one, and this one is going to be called, let's do product review type. We're going to stick with product review type. It's going to automatically create a slug for you, which is perfectly fine. The source will stay on post, but the source type will come from the products because we want to make sure that the information that's going to be coming from this product source come from the source type of products. So we're going to scroll down. Right here, the allowed users. So this is going to say who's able to leave a review. And if you choose select, it'll open up this drop down and you can choose some other people. So maybe, of course, it's going to be the customer. And let's just say guests can leave a review as well. We're going to scroll down a little bit more. We're going to leave these two blank. But for the new review approval, I would highly recommend you turn this on just in case some people leave some nasty reviews. You want to make sure that you can at least approve them beforehand and show them live on the website. We can allow comments, and for the new review, comments need approval. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that they are approved before they are published. And you can keep this toggled on if you want to, where other people can like or dislike a specific review. If you don't want that option, you can easily just turn it off right there. Then underneath, this one is super important as well. You want to actually toggle on the use source metadata. Once you do that, this will give you the average rating metadata key, which is going to be needed. So go ahead and copy that. The post media or meta ratio bound will stay on 5 because we're dealing with star ratings. The star ratings are just 1 through 5. Come on, we know that. So we're going to keep it at 5, and that's pretty much it. We're going to go ahead and create the review type. Now we're going to go back to the Jet review, but this time we're going to click on the settings. Okay, so now that we're completed with the back end of the review settings, this review listing widget is perfectly fine now. We have nothing else left to do here. But up here for the edit rating widget, what we're going to do is come here to where we see rating. We're going to keep the rating scale on 5. Again, we're dealing with 5 stars. For the rating type, we're going to choose the dynamic tab, and we're going to choose the average rating. Underneath the average rating, we're going to choose the wrench, and we're going to make sure we use the post. And then for the type, we're going to use ratio. And the ratio bound will stay on 5, and the decimal count will be 1. We really won't even be needing the decimals because we won't show anything right there, any text or whatever. But as you see, we're going to go by the ratio of 5 stars. So that's how we want it to be. So if they do 3.5, 3.5, or something like that, it'll be able to show in ratio bits throughout the stars. So that's what we want. In advance, we're going to keep it just like that. And we're going to style this up how we would like. So the color, when they are actually full of reviews, we're going to keep that exactly how they are. We're going to keep the sizing the same too. It's pretty fine how it is. And we're going to go ahead and publish this. So now let's refresh the page and let's check out the new settings. Okay, so there we go. We have the review right there. We have our variations set up. We have our descriptions, our add to the wish list, and we even have the feedback right here. So this is how I created that completely custom, very effective, very, normal. This is what we can all relate to in terms of single product pages, and it works just fine. So if I choose my 4 ounce, the add to cart button lights up. I can now see the price and I can choose my quantity just fine. So if we were to actually leave a review, let's go ahead and leave a review. I will say this product was absolutely amazing. Buying again soon. So the title of this review, I'm going to say best product ever. And for the rating, I will rate this, go ahead and rate it a 5, or let's just say 1.5 stars. And let's go ahead and submit a review. So now as you see, the review is here. I was already logged in, so my username is right there. And you automatically see the title and the review right there. Right here, you can see we're at 4.5 stars. So now our single product page is complete. Now let's work on the cart and the checkout page. So right now, if we were to add something to our cart, we will go here, choose the variation, and then we will go ahead and add it to the cart. And once we actually view our cart, this is what our cart page looks like. It shows the cart table right here, and then it shows the cart totals right here on the right. So again, we're still dealing with these 2 container sections, and then the only thing we have at the top is just the title that says my cart. So let's build this simple template. So the first thing we're going to do is go to the Croco block. We're going to go to Woo Page Builder. We're going to create a new template, and this time instead of single or shop, we're going to choose cart. We're just going to title it the cart page template. Just like all the other pages, we're going to go to the page settings. We're going to do the Elementor full width as our template layout, and we will hide the title. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is drop in a container. I'm going to choose the direction of column. Inside of here, I'm going to put in a divider. In this divider, instead of keeping it a straight line, I'm going to add an element of text. The text will say my cart. And inside of the style, I'm going to choose curly. And that's pretty much what I want. But now we're going to go into the style and the divider color. I want it to be primary. I want this to be like 1.5 in width, like the little curly divider pieces. You can edit the size and the amount and gaps. I'm not going to do all of that right now, but you can very well do that. For the color of the text, I'm going to also choose our primary color. And for the typography, I'm going to make sure we're using our font that we've been using throughout the site. And for the size, I'm going to do a rem of 5. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to keep it on medium. That's pretty much it for the title. Now I am going to go to the full container and I am going to make sure that I do my padding because I definitely want to make sure that there is enough space from the top. Let's go with about 40 pixels actually at the top, and that's perfect. The next thing we want to do is add a container. So we're going to add and drop a container right here. And then for this container, we're going to make sure that it's going in the direction of row. And then we're going to add another container inside of there. And then this one is going to hold the cart table. So I'm just going to search for the cart table widget. And that's what I'm going to drop inside of this container right here. So as you see, it looks like the default. So when you first drop in the cart table widget, you'll notice that it looks like the default theme. We don't want it to look like this, but don't worry, we have a bunch of styling options to do so. But before we style this, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. And on the right side, I'm going to remove the cart table because on this right side, we need the cart totals. So let's search in the widgets for cart total. And we're going to drop that on the right side over here. Now, if we look at our reference, we see that we have the cart tables container a little bit wider than the cart totals, which makes perfect sense because more things will be over here on this side versus this side. So I'm going to go ahead and style these up and I'll be right back. Okay, so now I have completed the styling of the cart. So if I just go back to this one, again, we had the cart tables. All I did was edit the table heading, which was this piece right here, and gave it a background. I took off the border width and only gave it 1 at the bottom. And then if we go to the table cell, you have some options here, but for the main points, you just want to focus on stuff like the title. You want to edit the title for the thumbnail. I forgot I also made it a width of 80 because before it was extremely huge and I didn't need that. I also rounded off the corners by adding some border radius to the thumbnail as well. So essentially, I just went through all of these and made some adjustments. Don't forget and don't hesitate to just play around with the settings. So as you open something up, change the colors, change the size, and see what happens. For the cart totals, I honestly did the same exact thing. I did the heading for it, changed the heading, which is this piece right here. I gave it the primary color, and I did the same thing in these settings, just edited up my colors and my typography. And that's pretty much it. So if I close this piece, this is what the cart page looks like. So now let's go ahead and publish this page. Now it's published. Let's go back to the WordPress dashboard and connect this cart template to the cart page. So again, on the dashboard, we're going to go to WooCommerce. We're going to go to settings. Then we're going to go to the JetWoo builder. And right under, let's scroll down. Not the archives, not the category, but the cart. We're going to use the custom cart. So you're going to enable this piece right here. And for the cart template, you're going to choose the cart page template you just created. So now we're going to scroll down and save the changes. So now if we just check out our site, we can go to the shop page. We can now choose one of the products. And now we can choose an option and we can add to cart. Now, if we view the cart, now you will see that we still see the default cart page. And why is this? The reason why you still see this is simple. Go back to the dashboard, go to pages, all pages. And remember at the beginning, I told you that WooCommerce automatically creates the cart and checkout page. So what we need to do is go open up this cart page. And right here, you see that we have the cart page template still inside of here. So I'm just going to open up the layers and I'm going to right click or click it and delete. And now everything is gone. Now I'm going to go ahead and save. So now that it's saved, I'm now going to open it with Elementor. Okay, so this is how our cart page is looking. And I actually fixed that by going back to the pages. So let's just go back to the dashboard. Let's go back to all pages. For the cart, remember I told you that WooCommerce automatically creates the cart page. So actually right here for the cart, if you just go ahead and put this same exact template that we just created, we could have just went on ahead and added that to the cart page. And as you see, let's go back to it. It works perfectly and it's already ready to go. Now let's make the checkout. So if we go to our reference, if we go to proceed to checkout, you will see that this is our checkout page. We just have a 2-container section with the forms that's needed for a person to check out. So let's go ahead and create this. So from the dashboard, we're going to go to the CrocoBlock Woo Page Builder, and we're going to create a new template. This time we're going to create checkout, and then we're just going to name it checkout template and create the template. We're going to go to the page settings. We're going to hide the title. We're going to put it on Elementor full width. And then right here, we're going to go ahead and add a 2-container section. We're going to give it some padding. So 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom, 20 on the right and 20 on the left. And over here on this left side, we're going to add an element. And this time we're looking for the checkout stuff. And as you see, the JetWoo builder knows what you're building. So since we're on the checkout template and we chose the checkout type to be the template, we're going to see all the checkout stuff. So we're going to go ahead and add in the checkout billing form. And right here, you can definitely customize your fields. So if you, let's just say you sell digital products and you don't necessarily need maybe the address and the country, town, city, and zip code, you can easily just remove certain fields right here, and it's totally up to you and your preference. The next widget we want to add is going to be the checkout additionals form. And we're also going to need the checkout shipping form. So we're going to need all of these over on the left side. And for the right side, we need the checkout orders. So we're going to go back over here and it's going to be the checkout order review. And underneath there, we're going to need the checkout payment. But right above the payment, you can do something like, let's just add in a heading and let's just say, what do we have on our reference? We have payment method. That way people know right here, they're going to put in their payment method. So I'm just going to type in payment method. I'm going to go to the style, give it our primary color and give it trim of about 1.5, and that's perfect for me. And that's pretty much it. You can style this way more if you would like to, but honestly, for the checkout pages, it's just a bunch of forms, and it's really important to keep your forms pretty basic and natural. You don't want to start going in and adding color to the fields and just doing too much. People normally see forms just like this, so this is exactly how I would suggest you keep it. Now I'm just going to go ahead and publish this because once again, in these style tabs for each one of these widgets, you can do all of your settings from there. Now let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to WooCommerce. Let's go to settings. Let's go to the JetWoo builder. And underneath where it says checkout, we're going to enable the custom checkout. And for the checkout template, we're going to use the one we just created. And let's go ahead and save the changes. And underneath pages, for the checkout page, we're going to open this one. So in the WordPress editor, what you need to do is add a short code that will showcase the checkout short code, but the short code, well, wait. Let's go ahead and drop in a short code. So all we need to do is click on add. We're going to put in a short code, and then we're going to paste this short code right here, WooCommerce underscore checkout. This will display the checkout, but it will also display with the specific template that we just created and connected on the WooCommerce end. Let's go ahead and save changes. So now if we were to go back home, let's go to visit the site. Let's visit the checkout. You'll see now we actually see our checkout page. Now, before we actually hop into the last part of this tutorial, which is going to be the account pages and how to set that up, the last thing I want to bring to your attention is this right here. Now, as you see on the cart page, we had something pop up here, and now you see the same thing popping up for the checkout page. That's because when it comes to WooCommerce, you do have to have a empty cart notification as well as a top checkout. So the top checkout can have the coupon and it can also have the login. If you don't need those things, you do not have to do it. It's just as simple as that. You don't have to worry about it. But by default, the checkout page do automatically come with this have a coupon. So it's best if you go ahead and create a top checkout template. Then you also have a empty cart template that you need to do as well. So let's go back to the shop page. And in the shop, we're going to remove the 2 items from our cart. Now you see no products are in the cart. So if I just refresh this page, go up here to the slug, and I actually try to go to the cart page. And as you see, now we see our cart totals right here, and then we also see the your cart is currently empty. But that doesn't match our branding at all whatsoever. So again, you need to also, when you do create the cart template, you need to make a separate template called the empty cart template, which will only require you to put in the empty cart template widget and then a return to shop button. And then again, with the checkout, like we were just seeing previously, you also want to do a top checkout bar. I'm going to show you how to do these very quickly, very easy. Let's go back to the WordPress dashboard. Let's go to the CrocoBlock Woo Page Builder. And we're going to create another template that will be for the cart. And then this one will be the empty cart template. Let's go ahead and create template. So for the empty cart template, we do still want our text to show. So the squiggly line with the my cart, we still want that to show. And then we just need an empty cart message and then a return to shop button. So let's just do a simple 1 column, 1 container. Inside this container, we're going to have the divider once more. And then underneath that, we're going to drop in another container. And inside this container, we're going to go in directional row. And on the side, we're going to have the cart empty message. And then we're going to have the return to shop button. We're going to set that right next to that. I open up the navigator and just swap those positions really quickly. What I'm going to do is put space in between them, and for this I'm actually going to make this a bit longer. We're going to do about 80% of the width. Now with this button or the empty cart message, I'm going to go to the style, and for the message, the color I want it to be our primary color, and for the icon I want it to be also the primary color. Now going back to the message, I will be doing a solid border. Now by default, you don't see that border right here. You see it here and you see it's blue, but you don't see any border, defined over here. But sometimes in Elementor, things will be default. And if you see it, you just need to go where you know it will be. So I know that that's just some top border. I'm going to choose solid, and now you see it's all around. When I unlink it, you see it completely goes away. So I know on the top, they had about 4, maybe 3 pixels of a border at the top, and then they got the color blue. I'm going to choose our primary color, and there we go. And that's pretty much our empty cart template. Now all I need is that text. So we're just gonna grab our divider right here. And we're actually going to just drop it in right there, and we can go ahead and delete the divider up there. And that's pretty much it for the empty cart right there. For the return to shop button, I'm going to go to the style, and for the purpose of this video, I'm just going to change the text color to white actually, and the background color will be our primary color. Then for the container, I will just make sure everything is aligned to the center to align with one another. We're just going to go ahead and publish this. And remember, every template that we create, we definitely got to go back to the WooCommerce dashboard and connect it. So let's go do that. On the dashboard, we're going to go to WooCommerce, settings. We're going to go back to the JetWoo builder. And this time where we see cart, we're going to choose the empty cart template right here, and we're going to save the changes. Now we must make the top checkout. So we're going to go back to CrocoBlock. We're going to go to page builder. We're going to create a new template. This time will be for the checkout, and this will be the top checkout template. And we're going to create the template. So for the top checkout, all we need is a checkout coupon widget. So we're just going to add a container. We're going to give it a bit of some space at the top. 80, 80, 20, 20. And we're going to go back to the widgets, and now we're going to do the checkout, and we're looking for this coupon form right here. And again, you will not see the settings once you go into the style. So all you have to do is find wherever this border is. So we know right here is going to be the toggle. So we're just gonna click on the toggle, and we're going to change the color to primary. And as you see, it changed it. The link color, we will change it to our accent color. You see it changed it there. And then the icon color will also be our green primary color. Then underneath there, we will choose a border of solid. We would make it 0, and we will only put it for the bottom, or no, the top. And then the border color, we will also change it to our green. And for the empty card, we did 3. So let's do 3. And that's pretty much it. We're going to go ahead and press on publish. You can do more settings. Again, you have so many different styling options for every widget that you do. So, continue to be as, brilliant and creative with these pages as you would like. So now that we have that, let's go back to the dashboard and link this one. So on the dashboard, again, WooCommerce settings, JetWoo builder, scroll down to the checkout, and right here with the checkout, we need the top checkout. And we're going to go ahead and save the changes. Now, if we go view our website, let's just see what we have so far, because we only have one last step left to go. Let's see what we've accomplished so far. So we've already did the header and created this amazing mega menu for the header with our team here. And for the shop, we have our categories here, which we can easily just click on and go to the category pages. Then if we just scroll down, we have this nice little slideshow hero banner. We have our categories sitting here with this nice hover effect that links directly to the categories. Then we have our product grid right here. We're just missing some more products. If we choose one of the products, it will take us to our awesome single product page that we created It shows all the details, even the variations right here. You can easily click to add to cart. We even added the wish list button, which we still have to create the wish list page, but it's super easy. Can't wait to get to that part. And then we also have the real life reviews right here. We even made sure to have another type of product grid right here, but we changed this one into a slider. That way we can have a bit of variety on the homepage when it comes to showcasing our products. So when we add things to our cart, it automatically pops out the cart widget right here. We can see what we have in our cart. We can easily remove things. We can even go to view our cart, which we made this custom cart page super simple yet very effective. We can even proceed to the checkout. And we already have our checkout right here as well. Now there's a bit of spacing because I do remember in the checkout, I already had the 80 pixels of space right here, so that can just be easily removed and that'll be better right there. But that's pretty much it for the majority of the website. Now, if we go back to our reference website, we see that we do have this account button right here. So when it comes to adding the account page, it's super important that you add this if you will be selling products, because when people purchase products from your website, they would love to be able to log in and see what they previously ordered in the past or any type of order history, just to see if they want to check on their packages and see if it's been delivered or not or anything. It's just always best to have an account dashboard where people can go and view those orders, downloads, and etc. Then you also have register, just in case you want people to register on your website. Let's say maybe you do deals sometimes, so it's only for registered login users. So you might want to have the register page on here as well. So the first thing we need to do is create the account dashboard page. That will be for basically the login. So this will basically be the login template for the account page. And once they're actually logged in, they will see the same heading, but they will now see the different tabs over here. So if they choose something like orders, they'll be able to view all of their previous orders right here. And same with downloads, but of course, if you don't have any downloads, similar to like the cart being empty, you will see this little notification that says no downloads available. People can always go in and edit their account details and they can always log out. This is going to be a super important page, so we definitely want to make sure we create this one to kick off the ending of this Herbie website build. So let's get started with the account page. So the first thing we need to do is create a menu, because remember, if we go back to this account right here, you'll see again that vertical menu. So this, every time you see a menu in the vertical direction, you need to remember to always create it as a menu, especially if once it's clicked, it actually reloads the page and shows a different set of information. So for this, we're going to start off with the menu. So on the dashboard, we're going to go back to appearances, menus, and then we're going to create a new menu. And this menu will be the My Account menu. We're going to go ahead and create the menu. So to add the pages inside of the account menu, you need something called endpoints. Endpoints will just connect the WooCommerce functionality to the people's account in their orders. So that way, if you, me, your siblings, my siblings go on the Herbie shop in order, everybody individually will have their own account details. You will need this to make sure that it syncs properly. So right here where you see WooCommerce endpoints, you're going to open that drop down and you're going to go ahead and add everything that you want on your account page. Now, if you don't necessarily need addresses because you will never be, doing any shipping on your website, you don't have to worry about this. But for the most part, you definitely want orders, downloads, the account details, and the logout. You can have lost password too. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to go ahead and add all of these to the menu. And just like that, we have our endpoints. Now, I normally like to add another one that'll be a custom link. I'm just going to give it the pound sign for now. And I'm going to just call this one dashboard. And I'm going to go ahead and add that to the menu. I'm going to bring that to the top. And if I just open this, you can always change this URL. So I know what my domain is. So I'm just going to drop my domain first. And then right after the slug, I'm going to do my dash account because I know that's what my account page would be called. I'm going to go ahead and check and make sure that all of these are correct. And wait, orders, yes, all of these are right. So we're going to go ahead and press save menu. So now that you made each one of these endpoints linked into the My Account menu, now you have to make an endpoint template per page. So for the orders, the dashboard, the downloads, the account, we will need to make templates. So if we go back here, how this works is each one of these endpoints will link back to an endpoint template that will show right here on the same page. So we just click the orders. So now we're looking at the orders endpoint template that we have to be linked to this menu. Same if I click on downloads, we see the downloads endpoint template right here. So technically that's what we're going to be making. We're going to now be making the endpoint templates for each one of these pieces on the My Account menu. So back on the dashboard, we're going to go to CrocoBlock, Page Builder, and we're going to create a new template. And this time we're going to choose the My Account as the template is for. And then we're going to put, let's say, account orders endpoint. And be sure you are titling it with the endpoint at the end. That way you can keep everything organized and you can remember exactly where to go to if you need to make edits. So we're going to go ahead and create this template. So all we're going to add in here is a widget that's going to be called the account orders. So as you see, we see all of the different account stuff we're going to be So as you see, when I put the word account, you see that all the widgets pop up or all of the endpoint widgets pop up. These are all the ones we're going to be using for our My Account page. So we're doing the account orders endpoint. So we need the account orders widget and we're just going to drop that in there. And you just need to style it up. Now, right off the bat, we don't have any orders showing on our page because we have yet to make an order yet. So all you have to do is go create an order, a testing order on your page if you already have the testing set up, the test mode set up on the WooCommerce end, and go ahead and purchase. And then you come back, refresh this, then you'll be able to see what it will actually look like in a real life table. So let me just show you what my other one looked like. So this is what my other one looked like on the actual Herbie account, website that we already have created. So if I just go into it, you see that I have created or did some edits to the table, have a little border width right there. I also have some radius. So if we just close this out, you will see that it is rounded a little bit. I also did some stuff on the heading. So I removed the heading background color, but I have, the green for my text color and so on and so on. If you just go through all of these, you have way more settings you can work with, but it's just as simple as that. So for this one, I'm going to go ahead and style it up. And as you see at the end of this one, you also have the empty message. So right here, you can indeed go ahead and do the empty message stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and edit this up and I'll be right back. Okay, so now that I already have this one already designed and ready to go, I'm going to go ahead and publish this. And just like everything else, we're going to go back to the dashboard and we're going to connect the endpoint. So let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to WooCommerce. Let's go to settings. Let's go to the JetWoo Builder. And if you scroll all the way down, you see this large area right here for the account page details. So we're going to go ahead and enable the custom My Account page. We have not created we haven't created the account template or the login template just yet, but we will in just a second. So for the custom My Account page endpoints, we're going to enable that one. And we're going to go ahead and do our first one. We just created the orders endpoint template. So we're going to click this and there it is, account orders template. I'm going to go ahead and save the changes. Now I'm only going to go through one more with you. So if we just scroll down back to the my account endpoints area, right up in here, you see that you have the dashboard, the download address, and the edit account. You have all of these to do, but similar to how we did the account, we're going to do the same thing for the download, the address, and the edit template. Now, remember I told you when you are editing the template, we're still going to be on the account for this, this part of the explanation. But remember I told you, if you click this and you're inside of the account pages templates, all of the stuff will come up if you just type in account. You will have all your stuff. So if you are about to create the downloads template, which what we're going to do next, you need to pull in the account downloads widget. And so on for the rest of these. And I'm going to show you guys the dashboard as well. So now that we connected the orders endpoint, let's go back to CrocoBlock. Let's go to JetWooBuilder. Let's create one more together by going to the My Account. This time, let's do the downloads endpoint. And let's put template. I forgot to put template. We're going to go ahead and create this template. And what we're going to do again, we're going to type in account. Did I spell account right? We're going to type in account, and this time we're going to look for the account downloads. We're going to drop that in. Now for this one, I'm also going to go ahead and make the edits. Now that I have the edits completed, I'm going to go ahead and publish. And let's do one more. So I'm just going to go back to the dashboard. I'm going to go to CrocoBlock JetWooBuilder. I'm going to open this one up in a new tab because we're going to have quite a bit of these we're going to have to do. And I'm going to create another one. I'm going to also choose the My Account. And for this one, it's going to be the dashboard endpoint. And let's make sure for this one, we remember to put the word template and create a new template. Similar to before, we're going to type in the widgets tab for the account. And this time we're going to pull out the account dashboard and we're going to make our edits. Now for this one, it's a bit different because it doesn't have the whole empty, the empty message. So you're going to see the styling options is going to just be these few pieces right here. So for the link color, you can go ahead and make it your branding colors like so. And the typography color, you can change that to be your primary color as well. Go ahead and publish this. This one was super easy, guys. Now we're going to go back to the dashboard. We're going to go back to WooCommerce. We're going to go to the settings in JetWooBuilder because, of course, every template we create, we have to connect those endpoints. So go down. Super important stuff, guys. It's not going to work if you don't do this. So we just did the My Account dashboard. So we're going to choose that. And which other one? Oh, the download. So we're going to do that one as well. And we're going to save the changes. So for the purposes of this tutorial, I'm just going to keep the orders download in the regular dashboard as my endpoints, but you get the gist for the addresses in the edit account. Just be sure you do the same process. Now we're going to do the My Account template and then the My Account login. So again, if we look at our completed site, this one is going to be the account login. It's going to be super simple. It's just going to be a banner and then it's going to be a tab widget with two templates, one template for the login form and then another template for the register form. But first, let's start off with the overall My Account dashboard, which would be this one right here. Let me show you how this is created. So we have to create another template. So we're going to go to the CrocoBlock JetWoo page builder. And I'm going to actually duplicate this. And now we're going to create a new template. Again, it will be the My Account. And then this time it's going to be the main account dashboard template. Be careful with your names because we already did a account dashboard endpoint template. So that's why it's super important to make sure this time you use the main account dashboard template or something to let you know, a good indicator for you to remember that this one is going to be the main account page where people can go click on those tabs and those endpoints. So that's going to be the title. We're going to go ahead and create the template. So we're going to first go to the page settings. We're going to hide the title and we're going to make sure it's Elementor full width. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add our banner. So I'm just going to paste in our banner from the other site because you guys get the gist on how to create that. It's just an image shape divider with the account dashboard text right there. Then underneath there, we're going to go in with a let's go back. We're going to go in with a 2 container structure. So we're going to choose this one right here. I'm going to go ahead and go give it some padding. So let's give it a little space at the top, bottom, on the sides. Y'all know how we do it. And then right here, we're going to first drop in a heading because we want because we want right here to say something like my account, just something like that. Or let's go with it. Oh, what happened? Okay, it's supposed to be in there. So like that. I'm gonna go to the style. I'm going to change the rim to about, let's just do about 1.5. And then underneath there, we're going to do another vertical menu because again, we did create the My Account menu and now we need it to sit right here. So we're going to go ahead and choose our menu, which is going to be the My Account menu. Now you see we have it sitting right here, which is perfect. Just how we like it. Now on the right hand side, this one is super easy. You're just going to choose the account content. Now remember for the endpoints, we actually had to grab the exact endpoint it is. Now on the right hand side, we're just going to simply put in the account content. That way it will display the endpoint that is going to be clicked once somebody actually choose one of the endpoints from the menu. That's it. That's all you need. Do not even mess with this. You want to just drop it in right there. It already has your settings. Just drop it in, and that's all we're going to do. Now, you can, of course, style this up. So for simple purposes, I'm just going to go ahead and do the main menu items and do the color to be our accent color. And I'm just going to keep it like that for the purpose of this tutorial. And I'm going to go ahead and publish this page. Now back on the dashboard, I'm going to go to the WooCommerce settings, JetWoo Builder, go all the way down to the account. And right here where it says my account template, I'm going to choose the main account dashboard template. And I'm going to go ahead and save the changes. So now if we were to view this page, let's actually go to the shop page. And then I'm just going to change the slug to say my dash account. Okay, so now you will see that this is our account page. And if we scroll down, we see our menu right here and we have the copy or the content over here. So right now we're automatically on the dashboard. Now if I choose orders, it will default to the orders right here. Remember earlier we did the order endpoint. You see it's now showing here. Same if we do downloads. Scroll down, no available downloads. So as you see, it's super easy. It takes a lot of templates, I'm not gonna lie. It takes a lot of templates and you have to kind of like bring it all together, but this is how you can create, especially using Blocks, it makes it a lot easier and you can get a lot more creative with your branding and things like that. So now we have the account page done. But what about the login page? Because everybody's not going to automatically be logged in to see this menu. So therefore, they will need a page like this. So right now, here is the login account page. So if someone were to be logged out, they will either have to log in or register. And both of these are templates with forms in it that's already available for us. So we don't have to create any fancy forms. And then we just put them templates inside of a tab. Let me show you how I did this. So let's go back to the dashboard. This time we're going to go to Elementor because we're going to need tabs to put these templates inside. I'm not sure why the tab feature don't allow us to use the CrocoBlock templates, but when I figure that out, I'll definitely drop a video about that. So we're gonna go to the templates and we're going to go to save templates because we first have to create the templates and then we're going to create the page. So I'm going to right click, add new template, and I'm going to select a section, and then I'm just going to title this the login form, or let's say account login form. I think that would be better. And we're going to go ahead and create the template. So now what we're going to do is we're going to drop in the account form. So all we're going to do is search for the account. Wait, all you're gonna search for is the form, and the one you're looking for is the login form. So we're gonna just drop that right there. Now, of course, you need to do a bit of some styling, but for right here, you do have the label. So if you want the label to say maybe email first, or not email first, but email instead of username, you can easily do that. I'm just going to put it back at username. And you can even put some placeholders so we can actually say username again inside of the actual field itself, similar to what we normally see. I'm going to go ahead and copy that to be in the placeholder for the password as well. Now I'm going to go over to the styling. And right off the bat, I noticed that the labels are sitting so close to the field that I do not like that. So I'm going to go to the label. Underneath the margin, I'm going to do 5 margin. We can actually go up to about 8. And that just gives us a little space between the label and the field. But then you see password seems to be closer to the field above it because it's not any space underneath the field. So I'm going to go to the field, and now the bottom margin I'm going to also add in. That way it brings some space in between both of these. So now that I have space in between both of these, I'm actually going to go back to the label. Let's put that back at 5. Yeah. Now they look like they go together. That's perfect. And that's pretty much it. You can do some more styling here, like for the submit button. You can go ahead and make this your branding. So let's go ahead and do that really quickly. And there you go. And that's pretty much it, guys. You just go ahead, do this simple style. Remember, don't do too much on your forms. And that's pretty much it. Now let's do the same thing for the registration. So again, we're still underneath the Elementor templates right here, save templates. We're going to add a new one. This time we're still going to do another section, but this time it's going to say the account registration, registration form. And then we're going to go ahead and create the template. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to type in registration, and as you see, it pops up. It's going to be the same type of content, so you can go ahead and do all of this stuff right here. What we're going to do is go to the style tab, and we're going to kind of do the same thing. So for the field, we want to do 10 margin to separate them a little bit. For the label, let's do about 5 just to give it a little bit space from right there. We're going to go to the submit button, and we're going to go ahead and do our edits to match the brand, and there we go. It's pretty much it. We're going to go ahead and publish this. Now it does say that the registration is currently disabled, so you do need to enable this before you are able to actually see this, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that as well. Now back on the dashboard, before we're able to create this page, we first need to make sure that people are able to register, because if not, that form will not propagate, it will not show up on the actual page. So we need to go to the settings, we need to go to general, and then underneath the general tab, you'll see right here, membership, you see anyone can register. You need to turn this on so that people can register on the website. We're going to go all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to save the changes. So now that we have this saved, let's go back to the main dashboard. And now what we need to do is create that login page. So now we're going to go to pages. And this time we're going to add a new page. And we're just going to call this the account dashboard login. We're just gonna go with that for now. Let's go ahead and publish this. And once it's published, we're gonna now open it with Elementor. Okay, so now that I'm back on the dashboard, where we need to go to again is going to be the Crocoblock Woo Page Builder. And this is going to be the last template we create. So we're going to create a new template. This time it will definitely be for the account. And then it's going to just say let's just say account, or I forgot to say account login page template. And we're going to go ahead and create a template. Okay, so now that we have the page created, we're going to go back up here. We're going to make sure we do the template layout to be Elementor full width, and we're going to hide the title. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and create the page banner, which is the same like the other ones. So now that we have the banner piece right here set, now we just need another container, and we're going to make sure we go to the advanced and do our padding. For space purposes, I'm just going to go like this. And then inside of here, we're just going to add a tab widget. So the tab widget we're going to be using, oops, well, I don't see it. That's because we do not have the Jet Tabs plugin installed. So let's go back to the dashboard and install the Jet Tabs plugin. Dashboard, Crocoblock. We're going to go to the update and installation, and we're just going to scroll down until we see the Jet Tabs, and we're going to go ahead and install. Now we're going to go ahead and activate. Now this time when we search tabs, we'll see this second one right here. This is the one from the Jet Engine Crocoblock, and this is the one we need to use. So we're going to go ahead and pull that in. We don't need 3 tabs, we just need 2. For the first tab, we're going to, first of all, we're going to change the label to say login. And we can change the icon. So you can just go here and you can search for a new icon if you want to do that. And then right here for the content type, we're going to choose the template because we want template. And then for the template, we're just going to choose our login template. Again, I don't know why, but the Jet Tabs is only linking to the Elementor templates. I really don't know why. You would think that they would link to the Crocoblock templates, but they absolutely do not. So in this case, we're going to choose that account login form template that we created in Elementor. And that way now for this tab, you see this form that we created. So now we're just going to go ahead and go to tab 2. For tab 2, we're going to say register. And for the template, we're going to choose our register template. And there we go. Now we have the 2 forms right here for the account login page. Now the last thing to do is to do some settings. If you want to, you can have the effect on how they come in. So they can come in like that. I just opt in for the move up. It's like the best one you can do. And you have some other switches right here. The next thing you're going to do is go to the tab and you're going to edit everything. So obviously the tab control, you might want the colors and everything to be a bit different, or the tab control item to be different. So for me, for the text color, I'm going to choose my primary color, and for the icon, I'm also going to choose my primary color. Or for the icon, I could probably go with the accent color. And that's pretty much it. If you hover over it, you can choose hover effects for it. And you can also choose the active, which the active is indeed very good. So for the active, let's change it to, let's say, both of them being green, maybe. Yeah, we'll show it like that. And that's pretty much it. So now we can go ahead and publish this. And now when we go back to the dashboard, we need to go one more time to the WooCommerce settings, to the JetWoo Builder, and then scroll down until Then scroll down until we see the My Account Login template, and we're going to choose the account login page template that we just created. Let's go ahead and save the changes. So now that we have all our templates set up, we have everything working. Let's go to the Herb Shops to visit the site one more time, and let's just make sure everything is working. So let's go to the account page. Oh, we then set this header button in the account to be linked to the account page because we hadn't made the page yet. So be sure you do go back to your header template and just where you see this button, edit the link and change it to the My Account. I'm just going to simply type it in right here. And here is our account page. Now I'm already logged in, so you see it looking like this. Again, if we just choose on any of the other tabs, you'll see that we also see our details here. But if we don't have any orders or any downloads, it'll just say no orders have been made or no downloads have been made. So that's our account. Now let's go home. And let's review everything that we've done so far. So again, we created the hero section or the header section with a mega menu effect going in that we styled up customly all on our own. We even made sure to add the Jet WooCommerce shopping cart widget in our header. That way, as we add things in our header, this cool little interactive pop-up will come out. We created this simple yet very easy and nicely looking hero banner that tells us what our website is going to be about. We created these category sections right here. We created a simple product grid right here for the home page with this nice hover effect. We also created this simple call to action right here, as well as adding another product grid widget on the home page. Let's go down a little bit more. That way we can use the same product grid, but tweak it up just a little bit. So here we have it in the carousel motion effect, and then we also rounded off our product images. We also created some other sections and even did this simple footer section. If we were to click on the shop tab inside of the menu, it will bring us to the fully custom shop page that we created. We have the page banner. We have our product showcasing on the right hand side. Then we also have some filters. We can easily, with the Jet Smart filters, after we created them on the back end and we added them on the shop page, we can now easily filter through the products by simply clicking on it, and it happens super fast. We even talked about how to do the visual filters. That way you can get a bit more creative when it comes to filtering your products. So for instance, a lot of time this will be used if, let's just say, you were doing some clothing store and you had different type of clothing brands or those high-end brands like Chanel or Gucci and stuff like that. This is another place where you would use the visual filters. If we were to click on the actual product, we can see that we did a custom single product page. We have a nice product gallery slider right here with the help of the CrocoBlock JetWoo page builder. We customized this to look exactly how we wanted it to by adding in the variations on the back end. We were able to choose the product type, and once it's chosen, we can then add it to the cart. We also added this cool review widget that we set up using, again, the CrocoBlock Jet reviews. Once you click on the cart, then it takes us to this simple yet very nice and clean cart page that we created. Then if we proceed to the checkout, we also have a nice checkout page. Pretty simple, just your forms on the left, some forms on the right, so your customers can easily and safely check out. And last but not least, we even created this simple account dashboard where people can easily go in and check their previous orders. So if they just click on orders, the dashboard will reload and show them their previous orders. And if a person is indeed logged out, they'll be prompted to the login page that just shows the login form here and then the register form right here in this tab widget on the account page. And that pretty much concludes this tutorial. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something, especially when it comes to building e-commerce shops inside of WordPress using WooCommerce. Be sure you are subscribed to the channel because I have plenty of more videos, and I'll even be splitting these up. So if you have a specific tutorial that you would want me to do a little bit more in depth, comment that down below and I can get that done for you. If you made it to the end, comment down a laptop emoji or a fire emoji. Let me know what you liked about the video or where I could improve on. And if I missed something that you think I should have included, be sure to drop that down below as well. That's all I have for today's tutorial, and I will catch you guys in the next one.